Hello. Um, it's been a good day. Went to the doctors. I got some lunch, which was cool, very fun. And I took a huge, like, life-shattering nap today. Like, I felt like I was Tony Soprano having those weird dreams. That's what happened to me. It was some very intense dreaming. Let me open my notes, the LP archives. I probably should have gone pee before this. Okay. We are continuing with episode 6. Where we last left off, there was these trials that George, Jessica, and young Beatrice, or not young Beatrice, like younger sister Beatrice, or Beatrice 2.0, are going through to, like, prove their love. And it's a really confusing scene. And it's all happening in the world of witches. I say, fuck it, let's jump in. Jessica might kill fucking Kyrie. It's going to be really interesting to see how this all plays out. I'm sorry. You probably just wanted a little advice, and I've scared you. Did I just get my own? Oh, wait, no, that's a text. Blame the weather. I just wanted to pressure you a bit, but I've gone overboard. Kyrie let a relaxed smile rise to her face. The tense atmosphere finally slackened. However, her words had been gouged into Jessica's heart. Oh, we got some more Asumu lore and kind of more insight into Kyrie's envy. We still got the big elephant of the room. Who's Battler's mom? Shit like that. I just don't have it all. I don't have a grand unifying theory yet, unfortunately. Maybe tonight is the night I learn who Beatrice is, though. Who knows? I don't know what your love has been like, Jessica Chan. But if you have a rival and neither is willing to back down, you can't let yourself become complacent. If you do, you'll end up like me. For the sake of love, a woman should be prepared to kill at least once in her life. What is that advice? Okay, girly pop. I can tell you that all women in the world who call themselves mothers have been through that. After all, women who don't women who don't do that are chewed to bits by the others and forced to crawl through the hell of envy and regret for the rest of their lives. My hell lasted 18 years. I was lucky to be pardoned after just 18 years. Where is she going with this? This was really confusing me last time. That hell is still filled with women who will never get tired, who will never get out until they die, unless they execute themselves in their regret. How should I put it? I have nothing to say. I was trying to cheer you on, but here I've gone and scared you too much. I'm truly sorry. Love can be much more easygoing than that, okay? Love really is like playing with fire. Anyone can play easily and lightheartedly, but when you mess up and get burned, that scar stays with you your whole life. Regrets from love never fade. That was all that Kyrie had been trying to communicate. It wasn't like Kyrie to start telling stories from her past. Stories you would normally expect her to avoid instead of giving a brief answer. However, Kyrie might have thought Jessica deserved to hear. Jessica had timidly brought up the subject of love. Perhaps Kyrie had opened up and told everything because she had seen the fires of Jessica's determination in her eyes. Okay, I need to head back soon. Let's keep what we've talked about a secret, okay? With a mysterious smile on her face, Kyrie turned around. I wonder if I scared her too much. Still, it's 100 times better to learn of that hell from a warning. Once you've fallen into it, it's already too late. Good luck, Jessica-chan. It sounds complicated, but don't lose. It's not every day I get to act as a mentor. What is it, Jessica-chan? That was fucking creepypasta ass fucking... Creepypasta ass Jessica.exe. What the fuck? A windstorm grazed Kyrie's head. What the fuck? Jessica? 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 Holy shit, there's murder in her eyes. Look blue. Look gray. Blue. I'm just fucking saying, people. I'm just fucking saying. It had been a hair's breadth away. If Kyrie hadn't twisted her body slightly, that fist would probably be buried in her face by now. A bitter smile rose to Jessica's face when she saw that first strike had failed to land a kill. Just so you know, I didn't strike you unawares out of cowardice. I hope to end it with a single painless strike before you realized what was happening. Didn't I tell you that I've lived through the hell of jealousy? I've been nearly burned a couple times already. I know how it feels just before a surprise attack. You mean you could sense it? That, plus the lie you told me in the beginning. A lie? Come now. If you had come from the guest house to get a book from your room, you wouldn't have come through this hallway in that direction. Oh, Kyrie. Of the 7 reasons you might have had for lying, which chessboard theory led me to? 7 reasons? What are the 7 reasons? 7. Which chessboard theory led me to? This was the worst case scenario. Telling a hasty lie to Kyrie would only put her on her guard. If Jessica hadn't told that lie, her surprise attack would have succeeded. Not bad. I should have expected it from you, Kyrie. Why? You were planning to kill me from the beginning. It didn't matter who it was. How horrible. It's what you said that gave me the boost I needed. Thanks a lot. What? Kyrie dodged the punch, placed her hand against that fist, and slammed it against the wall. Normally, Jessica would have hurt her hand on the wall and rolled around clutching at it in pain. However, Jessica's fist had left what looked like a meter-wide crater in the wall. What the fuck? I really am getting the ick from Jessica right now. Like in the last scene where George killed his mom, I really did not get the same ick feeling. But Jessica's eyes are fucking glazed over gray. Instead of wearing a look of anguish, Jessica clicked her tongue in irritation at having missed. Incredible. I see that you are your father's daughter. Have you taken up boxing, too? Impossible. Jessica is bare-handed. She isn't holding any sort of weapon at all. What was the reload noise, then? Please don't resist, Aunt Kyrie. Just one strike to the head. I won't let you feel a thing. Kyrie tried to look confident, but she couldn't hide her confusion at this unreal destructive force. If that punch had hit, her head probably would have split open like Jessica had said, killing her without any pain. Here I go. I love that I get Shonen Slop back to back. If Kyrie's kick off the ground and backward leap had been an instant slower, her gut would probably have been pulverized. Though she had avoided it by a hair, Jessica's left body blow was followed by a terrible burst of wind, like an explosion, which blew Kyrie back. Is this a dream? Am I still sleeping? I don't understand. This Jessica looked like the normal Jessica, but something was different. It wasn't human, and common sense didn't apply to it. It had to be some kind of nightmare. Kyrie slowly stood up. Then she looked at Jessica, noticed the several meters between them, and realized just how far that blast of wind had sent her flying. Feel free to hate me. However, just like you, I cannot back down. I can't let my love end half-baked either. What are you talking about? Hey, what are you saying? What on earth is going on? Someone tell me! The scene around Jessica seemed to bend like a heat wave. It seemed to be enshrouding her fists, and it seemed as though something like a red magic circle had appeared beneath her feet. It looked just like a Western demon standing amidst the flames of hell. Flame upgrade. What the fuck? Okay, whatever. Mass upgrade. Armor piercing upgrade. Fuck off. She's getting her shonen upgrades. Interesting. Each time Jessica muttered, her fists were surrounded by a pulsating, sinister red light. Those fists, which were actually smoking, surely represented the iron hammers of hell wielded by demons. Goodbye! This is just a nightmare! Kyrie dashed away with lightning speed. Yes, right now, that was her best option. Fortunately, she was smart enough to realize that pinching her cheek wasn't the best way to wake up from this nightmare. I always do this thing, if I'm ever wondering, like my thing, if I ever want to know if I'm dreaming or not, is I bite my index finger. I don't know, that's weird. It's like a little, I don't really know how to explain it. Ronove. When Jessica muttered once more, a blood-red magical barrier cut across the corridor. Kyrie slammed into it hard and realized that her path of escape had been cut off. Make this stop. I don't understand. This is a nightmare. It's a nightmare. Let me wake up. Quickly. Yes, This is a nightmare. If you want, I'll wake you up right now. Just one strike. Don't move. Wielding her flames, Jessica slowly stepped forwards towards her. Ugh, that's so fucking freaky. I'm stupid. Every time I'm dreaming and I realize it might be a dream, I just think, oh, this is just like a dream that's happening in real life. I feel like I subconsciously just know I'm dreaming. And then it's all just chill as fuck. And I just gotta follow the plot as is. Each time her foot lifted off the floor, a scorching steam hung around her footprint. This was a true nightmare. I'm so creeped out by her face here. Also, I'm really proud of the fact that her eyes are gray here. And she has blue eyes, and it goes in with that whole blue-gray thing. I'm very proud of that. Kairi clutched her head in her hands, shaking it over and over again. It's a nightmare, right? This is a nightmare, isn't it? Please, tell me it is. Yeah, it's a nightmare. It is, right? It's a nightmare, right? Ah. I acknowledge it. This is a nightmare. I do too. I acknowledge that this is a nightmare, so... I'll wake you up just one strike. And she's charging up for her Kaioken. Jessica's neck was twisted at an odd angle. Is Kairi fighting back like the bad bitch she is? And she staggered backwards, her eyes white, as though she didn't have a clue what had just happened. In her forehead, a demon stake was buried at an angle. Envy! Ooh, that's really interesting. The one that has like the biggest connection to Kairi and Angie. And all of Kairi's themes about envy. Oh, we love that. It pulled itself out of her, spun around, and then became Leviathan and landed. The hole left behind in Jessica's head spewed blood. Leviathan of envy, right here. If we're already inside a nightmare, why not have a friend from my nightmares show up? My friend from the hell of envy. Thanks for showing up just in the nick of time. It's too early to thank me. She's not down yet. Gah. Gah. Even though she had taken a deep gouge to the top of the head, Jessica just stood there, convulsing and wide-eyed, and didn't fall over. The blood stopped pouring out of her forehead, and her blank, doll-like eyes returned. Then she slowly pressed her own hand against the wound in her forehead. There was a sizzle, as though she had pressed a hot iron against it. I'm extremely fucking convinced she's Beatrice now. Because now the only three people we've seen do this is her, Beatrice, and well, just her and Beatrice. It was easy to tell that she was doing this to seal up the wound. We're not out of the woods yet, but I still like my theory. If Kairi didn't escape now, there would never be another chance. Can I defeat her? Ugh. No such luck. She's immortal, thanks to a contract with one of the great demons. Because of our love. That's why she's immortal. Yes, love is magnificent. Those with our blessing cannot be killed. Can we break that red magic ball? Ronove-sama is also a great demon. There's nothing I can do. Can we escape through the window? That was blocked by Ronove-sama's barrier a while ago. Genji just fucking locked the window, whatever. It's incredible. So she has sold her soul to demons for the sake of love. How could she make so many contracts with great demons? Ah, I'm so jealous. Armor upgrade. All attribute defense. Counter-attacking. Armor upgrade. In response to these words, this time her entire body pulsated with a red light. She had upgraded herself with a defensive power that would prevent Leviathan's attacks from working again. What's she talking about? Self-augmentation. It's a kind of enchantment. Right now, she has enough defensive power to stop me from piercing her. And she even has the ability to reflect that damage back upon the attacker. She's no longer human. She's a monster. Oh, so that's all? Then not much has changed. Ooh, burn, Kyrie. Absolute fucking burn. How can you say that? Just like in the very beginning, we still have no chance of winning. That hurt. But it won't work again. Jessica slowly lifted the hand that had been covering her forehead, and there was no longer any hole there. The hall was cut off by barriers on both sides, and even the windows were sealed. There was no way out. Is the door to this room sealed? No, it's just locked. But it's just a normal room. It does have a window, but it's already been sealed. In other words, it's a closed room and a coffin for us. Coffin is just what I need. Unlock it. I'm jealous. Why are you the only one who can unlock it? Leviathan's stake flew about at high speeds, ramming itself into the keyhole to that room. Wait, this is my wrong part of my notes. I'm putting it in my notes. It's not always the case, but it's definitely worth writing down. Why are the 7 stakes so often associated with closed rooms? Like, almost always they're involved in the creation of the closed rooms. I think one of the times they're not is in episode 2, the beginning of episode 2, the first twilight of episode 2. The tip of the stake had become a key. As soon as reading is hard. As soon as it was unlocked, the door flew open. Both of them fell into the room and quickly locked it. This was probably Krause's study. Its soothing furnishings brought about a sense of nobility that Krause would probably like. Even if you lock the doors, you can just smash through it with one punch. Just put the lid on your own coffin. However, if she wants to land the killing blow on us inside this coffin, she'll have to take the lid off first. Ooh. So the room can't be closed. With dim eyes, what the fuck, I skipped it. Jessica tilted her head upon hearing Kyrie's words. What are you talking about? How will such a small room be able to protect you, Aunt Kyrie? This room may be a closed room. It may leave us with no method of escape. However, even you can't break into this room. That's what a closed room is. What are you talking about? Oh my gosh, Tackhatch, long time no see. I see your sleep schedule's fucked up. How does this tiny room with its tiny door make you think you can escape me? Jessica weirdly looked between her own burning fists and the door with a confused expression on her face. Then, slowly, she sent that pulsating red light to her fists. Is she gonna fucking bust the whole door down? I really want to see that. She repeatedly enchanted her fists to give them the destructive power for the killing blow. I'll smash this door to bits. If you think you can, give it a try. Kyrie! After sealing the door and calmly saying those words, Kyrie placed a single index finger on the door. Jessica slowly raised her fire-wreathed demon's fists. So long, Aunt Kyrie. Kyrie! Oh. Ooh, what is this music? Oh, fuck yes. I love that. Jessica's fist slammed into the door in slow motion. It was like the decisive scene in a movie was being acted out. However, this was no act. Jessica's fists really were slowing down, as though they were being sucked in like a spoon sinks through a jar of honey. Ooh, that's good writing. That punch was no longer a punch. It was no more than a knock. I envy you. Envy? I crawled through the hell of envy for 18 years because of my arrogance, naivete, and love. So I envy you. You're going to remember my warning, succeed in love, and walk a beautiful life, right? I envy you. You'll get to live through the most beautiful time in a woman's life for a full 18 years longer than I did. I envy you so much. Jessica tried to slam her fists against the door over and over again. However, as soon as her fist approached it, its speed plummeted. She could barely knock, much less smash the door. Ooh, this music is fucking so good. Speed upgrade. Instantaneous force upgrade. Speed of sound upgrade. It's useless, girl. Smash it! With full speed upgrades, Jessica's fist moves at the speed of sound, 1,225 kilometers per hour. However, how long had Jessica been in envy to gain that speed? She had started to envy George and Shannon's relationship about 2 years ago. Oh, great, when Shannon was 14 and George was 21. Yeah. 2 times 365 equals 730 days. 730 times 24 equals 17,520 hours. However, she wasn't envious all the time. It only happened when Shannon started going on about George. With Shannon's shift about 3 days a week, divided by 7 times 3, and it wasn't as though she would go on about George all day long, her fond words for him would not only leave a mark on Jessica for about an hour, right? So 1/24th of each day. 17,520 divided by 7 times 3 divided by 24 equals 312, removing the fractional part. The number of hours that Kyrie had been jealous was 157,680. Umineko is so autistic about math sometimes for no fucking reason, and I think it's kind of hilarious and funny. Like, they really want us to know just how envious Kyrie is mathematically. And it goes to that whole, 1,000 years thing, or, it comes up in a couple different scenes. My favorite time when it happens is when Virgilia and Beatrice are fighting in episode 3, and they're talking about All these different like missiles of some sort are being launched at Virgilia, and they keep multiplying and multiplying to bigger numbers. I think it's hilarious. In other words, this wasn't even 0.2% of the time Kyrie had been jealous. Even 1,225 kilometers per hour, the speed of sound becomes only 2.45 kilometers per hour in the 1/500th world. Understand, you're lacking in both love and jealousy. Even if she increased the speed of her fist, in Kyrie's world, Jessica couldn't make any faster than a walking child. Jessica ground her teeth, her fist pressed against the door. If someone could have seen this on both sides of the door, it would have looked as though Kyrie was holding it shut with a single finger. And get owned, fuck you, Jessica. Way to go, Kyrie! See, this room is a closed room. At most, Jessica-chan can knock on the door, but she can't lay a finger on us inside. Ah, Beatrice's definition of a closed room. What the heck is that? At this rate, this closed room will be troublesome indeed. It is impossible for a human to carry out a closed room murder. Only magic can do that. Until you truly understand magic, you will not be able to crush it. Jessica-chan can't corner me any further. As time passes, the relatives will eventually realize that I haven't returned and will start searching the mansion. Then you will be observed. Both witches and magic disappear or observed. The nightmare is already over, girl. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, I love that music. Damn it. Oh, I can't believe that Jessica's suddenly getting eliminated. Oh, please, give it your all. Do it for your beloved Ken. Come on, Jessica, believe in love and show us a miracle. I revised that. There isn't even any need to wait for time to pass. After all, there's an internal phone line right here. Of course, the line hasn't been cut. I'll just pick up this receiver. This is my checkmate. Fuck yeah. Construction completed. Closed room murder. My. I do believe that's valid. Permeation upgrade. Attack transmission. Indirect attack power upgrade. Huh. Jessica's fist, which was pressed against the door, glowed red and white. Glowed red and then white hot. Jessica didn't even swing her fist. She just kept it pressed against the door. However, Jessica's murder extended within the closed room. Though the crack in the door through the keyhole burst the flames of hell. Jessica couldn't even see what was happening inside the room. However, even here on the other side of the door, she could tell that the flames of hell had swallowed the entire room. What the fuck? Gah! Yeah! Ah! Ah! The red is back. Kyrie's smoldering death throes could be heard from across the door. Jessica clearly heard as Kyrie danced a dance of death amidst the hellfire, fell to her knees, and slumped over the floor. Slowly, Jessica tore her burning fist away from the door. This is so fucked up. This is so much more fucked up than when George killed his mom. If you love the hell of envy so much, then burn. Burn in the flames of envy for all time. There are probably some things that can be learned from envy. However, it's nothing to be praised, and going through it is no one's duty. It seems you were too proud after all. A splendid closed-room murder. I'll let you take care of the mess. I'd hate for her corpse to be burnt to a crisp when it's finally found. Do you think you could clean it up? As you wish, milady. This is like so Jessica's Beatrice coded. It's insane. I'm not giving up on the idea. I still believe. Ronove transformed into a gold butterfly and entered Krause's study through the keyhole. Then, he had to cross his arms and think about how he should even start cleaning up Kyrie's unrecognizable corpse in this room that had ended up as a burning hell. Eye color change. Yep, blue, gray. Everything. Yeah, because I'm looking at through my little myopic lens. Of course I am. I'm a full believer at this point. I'm ready to be proven wrong, too. As I said, it's a better story than Shannon being Beatrice. Jessica finally let out the breath that she had been holding down in her chest. Her normal human glint finally returned to her eyes. And then she couldn't help but shudder at what she'd done. Even if she had just even if it had been just a trial on the game board for the sake of her love. Is that good enough, demons? Yes, well done, Jessica. Your love is the real deal. George welcomed Jessica with a crisp applause. Beato timidly tried to join him, but Jessica yelled at her and she stopped. It's just something that happened on the game board. There's no need to look sad about it. I know that logically, but still, how am I supposed to just accept it emotionally? Milady. Cannon-kun, I love you. I can't give up. That's why I've shown you how I feel. I didn't do something wrong, did I? I'm not wrong, am I? Milady. As Jessica started to sob, Cannon held her quietly, and he realized that he would have to carry on the determination she had shown him. You didn't make any mistakes, and it also isn't a mistake to keep your human heart and be sad. I just happen to be a bit more of a stoic when it comes to that sort of thing. You're a parasite, fuck you. You're a total matricide. Not everyone can match up to George Sama's level. Oh my fucking god, there's no way she just said that. Fuck her, fuck George. I'm kind of done with Shannon, I'm not gonna lie. I used to really like Shannon, but now I just think she's a fucking liar. And she has Stockholm Syndrome. I'm a stoic. I'm George. I love reading Marcus Aurelius. But in any event, you haven't completed your trial, milady. I admire the strength of your determination. I see. Both George and Jessica have splendidly succeeded just the same. Very impressive, Jessica. That closed room murder just now was wonderful enough to fascinate even a witch like myself. Jessica had used magic to kill Kyrie, who had holed up inside a closed room. In that instant, Jessica had constructed a closed room murder, had it acknowledged by the demons, and raised it to the level of magic. Your 2 trials have been completed. So then, who will take the next challenge? Will it be Beatrice-sama? No, it might be Shannon. No, this has to be Cannon's time to shine. And then it fucks up because then it adds up to 6. if we're counting Battler. It counts up to 6 murders. Come, speak up! Who is next? Who will take the next trial? What witch would hesitate at committing murder on the game board? Even shyness can kill love. Alright, who will carry out the next murder of love? I wonder why I named this stream Love Did Them In. The 3 who remained looked at each other. If none of the others raised their hands in the next few seconds, they would raise their own hand. All of the 3 fought this at the same time, the 3 furniture. All 3 furniture. So, they all raised their hands at the same time. The ones they loved had already shown their determination. How did Battler show his determination precisely? How did Battler show his determination? Are they talking about, like, when he found out her identity? We keeping our notes updated. They had to carry on. Oh, it's been a while, Eric. It's been a hot second. Rosa could be seen in the parlor. The relatives apparently all wanted to be alone after dispersing for a short break. Since everyone avoided the parlor, the one place where people would normally gather, Rosa was able to have this relaxing and comforting room all to herself. This didn't mean she looked relaxed. Her expression was heavy with gloom and weariness. The cup of black tea that she had brought from the dining hall had gone cold. That is so poison tea theory coded. A pleasant silence. Now that no one was in sight, Rosa's heart finally awoke. She was always treated like a kid in the conferences with her 3 siblings. Shannon was serving tea, obviously. She was serving tea. She was serving. She had no influence at all. But possibly because of that, she was apparently considered to be a neutral party. That sucks. The siblings would often ask for her agreement, sometimes even treating her like a referee or a judge. Make use of that and turn the discussion in the direction I want. About how hitting my daughter is actually cool and based and makes me like a trad wife or something. I don't fucking know. I have to find another 100 million yen by March. Rosa has not been in this game for so fucking long. Rosa and Maria, well, Maria's got some more time than she has, but Rosa's really been kind of ignored a lot recently, even though she had so much plot in like 2, 3, 4. That was supposed to be my great commitment, a burden that I bore to help support that man's business. They were both first Twilight, that's right. Now I'm not sure anymore. If I can pay off my debt, will he call me again? Oh god. Don't make me laugh. Even if you do contact me after all this time, I'll be the one to refuse. But still. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Hold up. Wait, 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 wait. Wait, 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 wait. Hold on. Holy shit, no way. I've been, this I kind of had to like put a pin in the whole Maria's father thing because to me it felt I started thinking it was something that was never really going to be solved. I kind of just gave up on it. I didn't think it was going to go anywhere and I kind of just tabled the whole idea. But still, you're Maria's father. Please come and see her. If only just once. Love is quite a difficult thing to stick to, isn't it? Huh? Who? Though no one should have been in the parlor, someone suddenly spoke to Rosa and she jumped. Just when did he get there? Cannon could be seen standing there. Even considering that she had been deep in thought, to think that she hadn't noticed him at all. You startled me. Sorry, I guess I was thinking so hard that I didn't notice you. Do you need something? No. The reason you are currently in pain is because of love, Rosa-sama. Am I wrong? That that's sudden. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Maria-sama's father. Why the fuck does he know this? Cannon is a spy. Never mind. What? I've known this since episode 1. I've known since episode 1 Ken was a fucking spy. Maria-sama's father wanted you to be the co-signer on a loan. And you accepted, Rosa-sama. What a troublesome kid. You were listening to Kraus Nissan from the hallway, weren't you? Yep, Spy Cannon is fucking back. To whom do his loyalties lie? True, earlier this day, in this very room, Kraus had seen through the fact that Rosa was bearing a massive debt because she'd become a co-signer on a loan. However, she hadn't said that her partner had been Maria's father. How did Cannon know so much? You were a very wise person, Rosa-sama. You wouldn't have become a co-signer without thinking carefully about the consequences. I hadn't yet moved to his family register, but I thought of the man I would soon marry as my partner. If he couldn't borrow the money without my name, I figured that helping him out was my responsibility as his future wife. And did that future ever come? No. It hadn't. Oh, I miss Maria's fun time room. It's so cute. Like, she has like Anya room from Spy Family. I like all the cute stuffed animals and the Cheester sisters and Halloween, the lollipops and candy. Rosa was always alone, and Maria never had a father. However, time moved on. Nothing changed except that Maria, who should have been a symbol of their union, just kept growing, like a living hourglass measuring the length of the hell Rosa had crawled through. Because of that, Maria's growth hurt. It's ironic. I tried to forget that man several times, but forgetting him doesn't get rid of that debt. It was only natural. That's why she had to forget her love and do all that she could to pay that money back. But I also think of it this way. If I can manage to pay everything off, it'll mean that I've passed the trial of love that he gave me. I'll have to pay off my debt anyway, so how can I abandon my reward, the love I'll gain as a result, before it's over? Is it really so wrong to put off thinking about that until after I've paid my debts? It may have been a trick of words that only those who had suffered through love could understand. Even Rosa was vaguely aware of the possibility that she'd been deceived. However, if she was able to succeed in paying back the loan, he might acknowledge her usefulness as a wife. When that happened, she might be able to regain that love, And if she abandoned that love, this debt, this trial that he had given her, would become completely meaningless. I wonder if Battler gave Beatrice the trial of having to murder the whole family. Throws my keys across the room. Actually, the very fact that she had tried to view it that way might have been the blindness of love. Proof that she was still bound by her regrets and obsessed with the past. That pain still continued within her. At the very least, it would remain until she paid back that massive loan. And even then, it would take quite some time before she'd be able to lay her feelings for him to rest. Could this be that hell Kairi-sama spoke of? See, I'm not sure what you're talking about, but there's no doubt that my world has been through hell, through and through. How can that be put to an end? Who knows? If anyone did, no one would ever be crushed by the disease of love. That disease is a serious one. It sometimes eats into a person for their entire life, hurting and hurting the people closest to them. That disease was torturing her now as much as it ever had. I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be right back. I'm desperately thirsty. Give me a couple minutes. I'm back. I even got into my pajamas. So I feel very zen right now. Ay, ay, ay. That was awful. Well, since you bring up Kairi-san, her story is like a wish or a dream to me. Though she had had her man stolen from her, she persevered for 18 years. She never fell to despair, and instead continued to support Rudolph, keeping her head down and waiting for a miracle. Oh god, this is so thematic. Do I have to like dig up Coven Theory? Do I have to like exhume the corpse of Coven Theory? Maria is still 9 years old. I've only waited as long as the first half of Kairi's 18 years. If I gave up after just this, she would laugh at me. Do you think a miracle will occur within 9 years? If I doubt that, it's all over. Yeah, why is Battler saying all this? The one thing I'm really proud that I predicted is that whenever the narrative shifted to Battler, and I think in this case I predicted it would be Burncastle, but I predicted that Battler was going to be about love, and like that's Battler's genre: mystery, fantasy, romance. And I feel like those are like the three like things that are kind of playing around, or we've been playing around with this whole game. In a sense, I'm a ghost. I'm already dead. I'm just living on without noticing. That line really scares me, actually. A ghost waiting for eternity for a person who will never come. That's right. That day, when I naively said that I wanted to support his dream, I was probably already dead. I guess that really was a regretful day in the end. I have dreams. I want to go overseas. I'll fly out of this tiny country, make it big, and come back to you. That takes me back. At that time, I thought of lovers as a pair of people willing to acknowledge each other's radical dreams. That's why he would always happily cheer me up by talking about how I'd become a successful designer. I think the way Battler analyzes all these people differently too is extremely interesting. We're getting a lot more insight onto Kairi, and like Kairi kind of has some bad feelings. Or like seeing that kind of fucked up relationship between Ava, who is like the definition of a tiger mom, and George, who is like this gross little dweeb because he's been like micromanaged by mommy his whole life. Traveling to Paris to release a new line and getting jostled by the press. When I think about it, I really had my head in the clouds during that strange time. We both lifted the other up as though we were drifting about in the air. So, when he said that he wanted to go out of Japan, I applauded him and promised to support him. Acknowledging each other's great dreams with nothing but words is a classic sort of pillow talk between lovers. Amen. However, when it comes to actually carrying them out, you need to be more serious and calculating. For a long time, I felt proud of letting him go on that day. No, I still do. But you still regret it. That's right. If I had sobbed and told him to stop on that day, I might not have fallen into hell. Seeing him off with a smile was my victory? Of course not. It's as though I lost by default by refusing to fight when the time came. I only glorified that loss, saw him off with a smile as he went on to take the world on overseas. I became intoxicated with the illusion that I was some brave woman waiting patiently for her man's return with her daughter. All right, Lorelei. Time to fall from the Rhine. Fall into the Rhine, huh? Even though I didn't get a single call from him, and mail sent to the address he'd given me came back forwarding address unknown. And that's how she pays back her daughters, by freaking neglecting her and not answering her phone calls. Douche. This is hell. In this hell, yeah, I've kind of put that together. Like, each episode is what could have happened on Rokonjima. And that's kind of been explained, like the whole concept of feathering and like the whole idea of fragments. Like they're each like possible ideas of what could have happened on Rokonjima. Because I think who is the game master is like very important. I've even dragged my daughter into it. I wish someone would just kill me. I want to be told that I've already been killed, that I'm a ghost. And love, if you do not fight, you have to crawl through hell. Yes, love is a fight. Will you win and gain, or lose and die? But please, have no fear of death. After all, it's a peaceful sleep. What's truly terrifying is the hell where you can find the unsleeping ghosts of those who couldn't win, yet couldn't die. Thank you, Zepar and Furfur. That hell has no end. The battle of love is cruelest for those who never even fought, but weren't able to die either. So in love, you kind of make it or break it. Dying in battle like that is liberating. All right. Valgengar. They say that the most torturous toxin for humans is made from love grown stale. Interesting. Maybe that's the reason why Battler always lives, because his love grew stale. I don't know. Just a thought. The suffering it brings exceeds the torture of the most twisted hells. She used this knowledge to try and embolden her double a little and little sister, encouraging her to take on any trial no matter how fierce. I understand. After all, when my desire to have Battler-san accept me one day wells up in my chest, I can feel the seed that resides there. What? Okay. Okay. Oh, whew. Okay, thank God. It is up to me to kill that seed or make it bud. However, if I let it rot here in my chest, that poison will surely torment me forever. And that is the most fearsome torture in the world. Even for us 1,000-year-old witches. See what happens to those who make light of love. This hell of roses is what happens to those who do not possess the courage to make the seed of love bud, and instead allow it to rot. One cannot end that pain by their own hands. Well, I think he just granted her wish. Huh? Just now, was that a red light? Pardon me. She's just gonna start exsanguinating in the fucking parlor. Huh. What? Just now, I thought I saw something strange. I wonder if I'm tired. It's probably just my imagination. Rosa picked up her cup of cold tea. When she did, she saw a small, red rose petal float to the surface. A rose. Oh, come on. Just let me fucking go. I had to click 1,000 fucking times. I get the fucking point. I have heard that in your youth, you loved to lie on that sofa. It wasn't a rose petal. It was a drop of blood that had fallen from Rose's eyes. Ooh, that's really symbolic with the whole idea of love and seeing, and now that we've been told that the idea that, oh, she's left this love to rot. She can't see it. She's blinded now. Well, not blinded, maybe, but in an instant, Cannon had beautifully and precisely cut just a single thread of Rose's life. There was no wound on Rose's body. However, several drops of blood dripped down from her eyes. Her pain, her uncertainties, and her worries were all gone now. Slowly, she fell down onto her side on the sofa. This had been one of the happiest things she had done during the happiest day of her life. Sleep well, Rosa-sama. Your hell is ended. Cannon took a blanket out of a cupboard and gently covered Rosa with it. To anyone who would have looked just as though Rosa was sleeping peacefully. Those demons had not exaggerated when calling this a trial of battle of love. It was at least accurate on this cruel but unassailable fact that those who have their love shattered meet with death. Now my part is complete. He got a kind of short scene. Is it really over here? Did you see that, demons? Ooh, I was considering the fake out. Damn! Ooh. I'm fucking like... I'm pog champing right now. I can't believe I just made a fucking pog champ face. I'm so fucking embarrassed for myself. This song is fucking banger. You dare to kill my mama? Fuck yeah. You dare kill my mama! Bro, he's cooked. He's done. One of the two great witches of Mariage Sorcière, Maria. Though she was just an apprentice, the power sleeping within her had impressed even Beatrice, the height of her strength. In Maria's eyes, though Rosa may have been the Black Witch, she was also the vessel of the mother she couldn't help but love. Her anger at having that stolen from her was near madness. You dared, mama, mama, mama! Cannon is fucked. There's no way Cannon lives here. Fucking Maria the Witch is like way stronger than fucking Cannon. She's way fucking stronger. Cannon can't even 1v7 the fucking stakes. He's gonna get his ass whooped here. He's fucked. I was with the assumption that only George and Jessica had to do the trial, but that they all do, or George, Jessica, and Beatrice had to do the trial, but the fact that they all do, I think, is interesting. Maria's attack was too emotional. Because of this, she didn't notice that Cannon had vanished for several heartbeats, and she released her barrage, which had become empty space, at what had become empty space. I pog a lot, unfortunately, when I'm reading this game. Extremely humiliating. In the meantime, Cannon jumped from wall to wall, around to Maria's back. Man, it's been a while since we've seen Frog Cannon. Huh? I don't want to kill past my quota. But clean up the mess I've made. Fuck yeah, Sakutaro. Are you? What are you? Diplomatic immunity. I won't let you target Maria or me. I love reading Sakutaro. Damn. The red curved blade extending from Cannon's hand vanished in an instant. He tried hard to make it reappear, but when he attempted to use it on Maria and Sakutaro again, it vanished once more. Because of Sakutaro's power, he was unable to make either of them the target of his attacks. Oh, you're so fucked, Cannon. You're so fucked. Rest in peace, Cannon. There you are. How long have you been there? Are you? I won't let anyone bully Maria. Damn it. Maria finally noticed where Cannon was, and slowly she turned around. Cannon made his sword materialize yet again. Yeah, get fucked, Cannon. Fuck you. I like you, Cannon. But I like Maria more, unfortunately. No matter how often he tried, it kept fading out, like a flashlight with a bad battery. I won't let you get away now. I won't forgive you for the sin of stealing my mama away. I'll kill you. Just like Mama killed all of them, I'll kill you without mercy. What do you mean, just like Mama killed all of them? Is she talking about episode 2? I'll think about that. He's so absolutely fucked right now. As Maria howled, the entire parlor was surrounded by a cube of red magic barriers. It was a closed room symbolizing a barrier that Cannon could never escape. Oh, yeah, the toys. Okay, thank you. Damn it! Not here. Fuck you, Shadow the Hedgehog looking ass motherfucker. This is literally a line from Shadow the Hedgehog. When I was a kid, I played Shadow the Hedgehog, the video game. I was super young, maybe 8 or 9. And I was quickly got in trouble because Shadow would say, when he died, he would go, "Damn, not here." And it was super edgy. My mother did not like that. I think that was like the only game I was not allowed to play as a kid. Well, I was allowed to play it, I just couldn't have Shadow say damn. That didn't really mean much in the long term. Very odd. I don't know why she cared so much then, that's so bizarre. It was like a rated T game. Cannon had cursed his bad luck. Even though he had fulfilled his goal in the Demon's Trial, if he was killed here, he'd be dragged off the game board. Maria, don't overdo it. Yeah, I won't overdo it. I'll be a little more gentle than Mama was. Die to death. I've been saying, what's fucked up is, like, when I'm with my friends now and I'm hanging out with my friends, I'll just start fucking making Umineko references. I'll just be like, die to death. It's so bad. And I have nobody to talk to Umineko about, which really fucks me up. Question mark, exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point.
Are you? Who is it?
Get the fuck out of here, Shannon. This ain't your fucking trial. Umineko is a pyramid scheme. I agree, because that's how I found out about Umineko, was on Twitter. Pardon me, Maria-sama. I think Maria could totally 1v2 these motherfuckers. In accordance with the contract with Zephyr-sama and Furfur-sama, I come for your life. Oh, wait, she actually might die. Shannon, don't get in my way. It's pointless, Shannon. I won't let anyone target Maria. Yes, I don't intend to target her in any way. I will simply protect myself. A cylindrical red magical barrier surrounded Shannon as she stood in the center of the parlor. She made its brightness and thickness grow, and its radius suddenly expanded, filling up the room. I liked that. It wasn't targeting Maria. This power was being wielded to protect Shannon's body. So Sakutaro's power didn't make it disappear. Nason, would you let your feelings for Milady collapse in a situation like this? Get a hold of yourself. Are you? By now, the shield with Shannon at the center had covered up the entire room. Its power crushed Maria and Sakutaro into the corner. Ironically, they were perfectly wedged between Shannon's barrier and the closed room barrier Maria had set up to prevent Cannon from escaping. No good. Can't escape. I see, this is a closed room. This might just be perfect for that wannabe detective who's trying to deny Beato's magic. Checkmate, Maria-sama. Is that acceptable? Yeah, it's fine. Crush me. And here it comes. Really? Maria just let her win? I think Maria is like one of the strongest fucking characters in the verse, honestly. If we're talking about Umineko power scaling... Oh, we're starting some Pier slop shit here. Original Beatrice is like almost as strong as these two. These two are stronger than, like, are probably the strongest in the verse. I hate you. She kind of can beat some people. Delanor is strong. These two suck ass. The power creep for Umineko characters has been getting kind of funny, because now the Seven Sisters are like the weakest ass fucking characters. We haven't even seen the Cheester sisters. Featherine is... maybe, yeah. Based off what they told us about her in the beginning. The entire room was filled with the red light of the shield, and the output and pressure were raised to their limits. Then, crushed between the shield and their own closed room barrier, Maria and Sakutaro lost their forms, scattered into a golden splash, and disappeared. Yeah. Thank you. I couldn't afford to disappear here. If you lost in a place like this, you wouldn't be able to let it go. Yeah, I wouldn't give up if I lost in a place like this. Zephyr-sama, Furfur-sama, we have both finished our trials. Man, they both kind of had a shorter scene than George and Jessica. Yeah, precisely. I think Beata's strength comes from her wit more than anything else. Imagine reading Umineko from Beatrice's perspective. That would be fucking crazy. Rereading this, I will have to reread this someday, unfortunately. Is that satisfactory? Yeah, truly splendid. No complaints for either of you. Then shall we finish with Beatrice's turn? Oh, where did she go? To the victim she's chosen, of course. Then let's go there as well. Who is Beatrice chosen? Just choose like fucking Nanjo or somebody. Why did they choose fucking Nanjo? Real talk. Oh, I'm fine with Natsui dying. That's fine. If I was told I could kill anybody, if I had to let anybody die, it'd be fucking Nanjo. Why would the fuck would Jessica kill Kairi over Nanjo? I know she said she did it randomly, but still, at least fuck, like, just choose Nanjo. I don't fucking know. Nanjo is a son. I just rizzed her up. Gassy Nanjo? Is it like the... Do you know the fucking, like, gassy Mr. Incredible on fucking Instagram? I see this shit all the time. It's fucking horrendous. It's just like some guy who makes AI videos of fucking Mr. Incredible, like, birthday wishes, like, farting. Is that just Nanjo? I feel like such a... I feel such an awful hate towards it. I'm not even trying to say that word. Fuck that. Like, Nanjo is just a fucking... He's such a useless fucking doctor. 0 people saved. 0 men saved in Umineko. World's most useless doctor award. Natsui could be seen in her personal room. Reading Natsui is such a treat, though. I always love doing my Natsui voice. Kraus had told her to go to bed, but she couldn't afford to lie around sleeping on an important day like this. However, she realized that she was the type to get excited easily, and that this sometimes held her husband back. So, though she didn't like it one bit, there was no way around it. It was probably close to the time for the break to end, and the family conference would begin once again in the dining hall. Her husband would have to protect the Ushiramiya family honor from those greedy siblings, all by himself. If she grew emotional by his side, she would just tie him down. Though she knew that quietly waiting here was the best way she could support him, it didn't make the waiting any easier. Natsui pulled a small treasure box out of a drawer. This was her secret box. Inside was everything from valuable items to mere rubbish. Oh, she's like me and she collects knickknacks. I love that. I'm a knickknack collector. My lips have been so fucking chapped. It's as cold as fuck weather. I swear to God, it's killing me. I do have chapstick, thank God. However, they were all precious, memorable treasures in Natsui's eyes. She pulled a small pouch out of the box. She stuck her hand inside it. It's the mirror. Oh, it was the charm. It was a kind of charm that her own family had given her when she had married. A spirit mirror to ward off evil. Yeah. Her own face was reflected in it. Was Natsui the one? No. Was it Natsui or Kairi who was trained to be a Shinto priest? I think it was Natsui, right? Yeah. Her own face was reflected in it. Youth doesn't last forever. Recently, she had seen a bit of her parents and grandparents on her own face. So by staring at the reflection in the mirror like this, She felt as though her soul had returned to the family she'd been born into. Dad, Mom, Mum. I've always been so ignorant, unable to support my husband. Of course, her face in the mirror did not answer. However, Natsui continued. I wait here because I love my husband. However, I think love means being close to one another. Though I understand logically that staying here is the best way I can help him, I still feel wretched for doing it. It's tough, isn't it? Waiting for the sake of love. That is very thematic. That is very Beatrice coded. With a plop, a tear fell onto the mirror. Old dear memories of her life at her parents' house rose up inside her. Now was the time for her to follow her parents' example. When her father came home late, her mother would always sit up straight, waiting for him, prepared for him to arrive at any moment. She would always wait for him, kneeling in the entrance hall. And no matter how late he came home, she would still always wake up all the children and line them up to greet him. At the time, I thought of her as being exceptionally strict, but maybe she was like mentally ill, because that sounds absolutely fucking insane. But at this age, I finally understand how strong she was, persevering in her love for her beloved husband even after being left in charge of the house while he was out. Because of your love for your husband, you couldn't bear to be made to care for an unfamiliar child. Oh wait, that was somebody new. A sudden voice had made Natsui. That was Beatrice. Okay. Hold on, let me read that in Beatrice's voice. Because of your love for your husband, you couldn't bear to be made to care for an unfamiliar child. The sudden voice made Natsui jump and look up and look about the room. Hey, Beatrice. We still don't know who the fuck you are. I have ideas. When she did, there was a Western lady wrapped in an extravagant dress. Who are you? Natsui was confused. There was no one like this in the mansion. Remember how I said last time that Maria folds canon? Imagine that. Like, I feel like this is like coughing baby versus nuclear bomb. Like, this is these two. Even Beatrice, like, as disempowered as this, I feel like absolutely clears Natsui. However, though this was her first time seeing this person, it felt as though she had seen her somewhere else. Her mind had gone blank with anger at the ruffian who had snuck into her private room and confusion over the appearance of someone she didn't know. So it took quite some time before she realized that this was the witch of the portrait. Though you murdered a baby you didn't know on that day 19 years ago, I will not hold that sin against you. What are you talking about? Beato had chosen Natsui as her sacrifice. That's interesting. She was Battler's enemy. Beato didn't know much about the details of Battler's birth. However, she knew about the fragment in the previous game, and knew that there was a chance that Battler was the baby that Natsui had pushed off a cliff 19 years ago. Battler had used this blue wedge to protect Natsui from certain false charges, but if you took it as confession by Battler himself, then from Beato's position, Natsui was an enemy who probably forced Battler to live a painful life. You killed that baby who lacked your husband's blood for the sake of your love for your husband. So also for the sake of love, I will not hold it against you. I don't have a clue what you're talking about. Get out! This is my room. Therefore, please do not hold it against me when I kill you for the sake of love. Beato slowly stuck out her arms and made it as if to grab something in empty space. That grab bound itself around Natsui's neck. Like the chain? Natsui's heels lifted up and a purple shape appeared around her neck. Natsui frantically scratched at her neck, trying to stop what was whatever was strangling her, but there was nothing there. So to an outsider, it looked just as though Natsui was standing on her toes in anguish, scratching at her own neck. She's being hanged or strangled or something. Both pairs of lovers have shown their determination. I do not think that my love for Battler is inferior to theirs. This is so bad for my Jessica's Beatrice theory. This is really stinky. This is like, I'm not giving up, but it smells. It's somewhat stinky, I fear. I was really proud of the Jessica's Beatrice theory, but we'll see. I'll figure it out. Just as I will not blame you for the sin of 19 years ago, I will not blame myself for this sin. Gah! Gah! As Natsui twisted in agony, something she had been grasping fell from her grip. Since it had fallen by her feet, oh, it's the mirror. Interesting. Beato dropped her gaze to see what it was. It was Natsui's spirit mirror. When she peered into it, there was a sound like a burst of electricity. The sound released Natsui from the invisible hands and made Beato topple backwards like a doll. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Oh god, what the fuck? Coughing, Natsui tried to comprehend what was going on around her. Beato rolled over, and, dizzy as though she had just bumped her head, she slowly tried to stand up. Her eyes were bewildered, as though even she didn't really understand what had happened. What? What is this? That is surprising. You could touch spiderwebs without trouble, but you can't handle the spirit mirror? Oh. So maybe that represents Battler not really having knowledge of the Western occult, and it's more playing into his knowledge of the Eastern occult, since we know that this Beatrice was explicitly created by Battler. That's an interesting idea. Oh, by Beatrice, or by... Well, but as a result of Battler. They do refer to her as... It's really freaking complicated. I still like that idea, though. Even I don't have a clue what's happening. What in the world? She had thought that only Beato the Elder possessed non-human weak points, such as getting burned by spiderwebs and wards and having her powers sealed by spirit mirrors. However, for some reason, the spirit mirror alone could apparently affect Beato as well. Even Beato couldn't understand what about the spirit mirror had such an overpowering effect on her. 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. But Natsui was different. She instantly realized that the reason for the hesitation of this unearthly being, the Witch of the Portrait, must be the power of the mirror. So she rapidly crawled across the floor and picked it up. Then she stuck it out so that Beato could see it. Beato still didn't know what was happening. Oh god. I really underestimated Natsui. I still sitting down, something. She looked straight at it. At this time, both of them understood the situation completely. Beato realized that the mirror was working some hateful power against her, and Natsui realized that the spirit mirror had the power to repel witches. Maybe you could argue the reason why the mirror is working on Beato is because she's looking into the reflection and seeing who she actually is. Like, she's not actually Beatrice the witch, blah, 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 blah. She's actually whoever Beatrice is. And that's why the spirit mirror works. I love that. And that's why the magic is dying. Why is the mirror? It's because you're an evil witch. This miraculous spirit mirror repels all creatures of evil. Don't point it at me. With the spirit mirror still held out, Natsui cautiously closed the gap between them. She was cautious, so as to prevent the others from suddenly lashing out and stealing the mirror, but she steadily moved to corner this evil. She's like, the power of Christ will compel you. The power of Christ will compel you. I do not know who you are. All I know is that you tried to kill me. And I know that you are a creature of evil, fearful of the spirit mirror. Begone, evil one. Beato didn't understand what was happening herself. Oh, she's gonna lose. She didn't know why she had to fear this spirit mirror. However, when she tried to look at the bright light let off by the spirit mirror, it pierced her eyes. Though she didn't understand why she must be afraid, she did understand that she must be afraid. By now, Beato realized that the spirit mirror was both terrifying and harmful. As it came closer to her, she felt an increasingly strong and painful burning sensation over her whole body, as though someone was approaching her with a hot iron. She couldn't even open her eyes because of the mirror's bright, painful glint. You know who else is a character we see get blinded? Jessica, epic own. Jessica is Beatrice confirmed. My straws, I reach at them. Go, return to the world from whence you came, evil one. I, Ushiramiya Natsui, do not fear evil in the least. It's no use. Why? Why is this musty mirror so... If I lose here, I'll be the only one to fail this trial. Just like George-san and Shannon-san, and Jessica-san and Cannon-san, I also want Battler-san to acknowledge me and treasure me. And even though I finally managed to be honest with myself, in a place like this, I alone will be. Are you giving up? Only you. Believe. A miracle of love will soon surely occur. I love Battler-san. I want him to notice me, and I want him to acknowledge and accept my feelings. If my reason for calling him father and dedicating myself to him was out of duty towards a parent of mine, I would have been satisfied with no reward. That was a deception I used to fool myself. I love Battler-san, and I want him to acknowledge it. I accept it. I won't turn away any longer. I was born because I love Battler-san, and I want him to love me back. And so, I cannot lose. Here? Be gone, evil one! There is no place for you here! Her determination had come too late. If she'd had it from the start, she would probably have managed to finish Natsui off right then without any fear. Because she had wavered, it had taken time to kill Natsui, and things had ended up like this. But now I am resolved. I want to love Battler-san. I feel like you just got unlucky, Beatrice. She kind of just had she had the kryptonite in her arm. I want him to love me. And so I cannot lose here. After all, I was born for Battler-san's sake. Yes, that is what we wanted to hear. Ah! Just after a sound like a beetle banging off the walls filled the room, the spirit mirror was knocked out of Natsui's outstretched hand. It fell to the floor, and the stake flying across around the room pierced through it with a crash. Lucifer of Pride, right here. You dare mock me by choosing a single old mirror to be my first target in so long. Huh? Ah, Lucifer-sama. Beatrice-sama, you must complete your trial. She's getting away. Someone, help me! Someone! Now that the spirit mirror, her last ray of hope, had been smashed, and the number of strange demons had increased, Natsui could do nothing but run for it. However, if she made a scene and people gathered, the anti-magic toxin would burn Beato. Now was her last chance. Thank you, Lucifer-san. Prepare yourself, Ushira Miya Natsui. She's fucking force choking Natsui, which is badass as fuck, by the way. Once again, Beato choked the thin air. This time, she wouldn't let her escape. She had to end Natsui's pain right before it got too drawn out. But her power wasn't enough. Though Natsui scratched at her neck, she also struggled to escape from the room. You know what's an interesting parallel here? In episode 1, scratches are on the outside of Natsui's door. But now it's like she's scratching to get out. I don't know. That's an interesting little parallel. I wonder if she does scratch on the door. Her shaking hand stretched out to the lock on the door. A closed room is one of the concepts that allows a witch to be a witch. Just unlocking the door strengthened the anti-magic toxin a little. And that's because, as we've talked about before, that allows Natsui to create the idea of doubt that it could have been somebody, not just the idea that, oh, Beatrice did it, but it's somebody who's a human, somebody who's limited by our human laws of reality. So I love this. Since Beato was at her limit, even within a closed room, if Natsui undid that lock, Beato's power would weaken immediately, and Natsui would surely escape into the hallway. Their strengths were matched. However, Natsui began to surpass Beato's slightly. The power of the living to live is fundamentally stronger than the power of magic. Of course, Beato was mustering all of her might. However, Natsui was just a bit stronger. That's enough. Lucifer, do it. As you wish. Lucifer transformed into a stake, and like the time she had smashed Natsui's spirit mirror, she flew violently around the room. Then she struck Natsui's forehead. Natsui crumpled slowly. When Beato saw this, she also fell to her knees, breathing hard. Hey, Zepar! Does this count? Beatrice didn't complete the trial by her own strength alone, right? That's right, Furfur. True, this trial must be accomplished without borrowing the help of any other. But maybe this is an exception. A pair in love are as one. This doesn't count as help from outside. Battler-san. Did you really have to scare me like that as soon as the first twilight? Let the talk get banned! We do not stream boo here! Not on my Christian Twitch stream, what the fuck? I wonder how Battler feels putting this all together and making Beatrice love him. We love our Umineko songs in 3-4. as I say, as it becomes a 4/4 song. My apologies. Sorry I didn't listen to your instructions. Instructions? Well, I didn't stay in my room. Beato hung her head apologetically. When he saw this, what does she mean by this? Okay. In that case, I should apologize too. Should have chosen my words more carefully. No, you did nothing wrong, Father. I mean, Battler-san. It's okay, call me whatever you like. Oh wait, this is an important scene because they're gonna reconcile a little bit. Oh, my heart is gushing for these two. I love these two together. I love my Beato Battler. I slurp that shit up. I can't wait till when I finish this game and I get to fucking see all the fan art of these two. And like all the cute shit. I need that in my life. Huh? Battler had always looked at the new Beatrice sternly. However, that was gone from his expression now. True, the old you may have called me just Battler. First, I might have tried to force you to speak to me that way, but that would be pointless. You're Beato, but you're still you. You can call me whatever you want. But Battler-san, sure, that works great. Can't say being called Daddy is really my thing. Yes. Earlier, she had hesitated just to say Battler's name at all. If Battler had told her to say his name without honorifics, she couldn't have done so right now. Even if she had, that might have hurt Battler even more. However, now, she was allowed to call Battler by his name. You just had to look into her eyes to see how happy this made her. Aww. I heard from Zepar and Furfur. It seems a strange game has been started. Yes. Sorry for getting involved all on my own. No problem. That reckless way you leap in before you understand is really like you. And well, I've heard about the theme of this game. Apparently, you're supposed to play it in pairs. That's such a duality thing. Fuck me. Yes, that is correct, Lord Battler. Notice, like, this is Witch Battler, because this is his name capitalized. If you can succeed in winning through our trial, we will bless the pair of you and bestow a miracle of magic upon you. It seems these guys have been giving their power to Beato's golden butterfly brooch. That means its effectiveness is guaranteed. Well, we've been stuck with each other for a long time now. Nothing wrong with sort of playing this sort of game every now and then. Battler-san. Oh, did you hear that, Furfur? It looks like Lord Battler is joining in as well. That's no surprise. After all, we've known since the beginning. Welcome to our trial, Lord Battler. What the fuck? Okay. So, who will your sacrifice be? Nanjo. Just fucking kill Nanjo. I swear to God, is it really that hard? He is like the least connection to anyone here. Just pick the fat old motherfucker who is the worst doctor in, like, all of existence. I'm gonna kill Nanjo. For shits and giggles. He might kill Rudolph. That would be really fucked. And that might be like the scene where he learns about his true parentage. I've already done my part. Go and check if you want. What? Very well, Lord Battler. Come, Furfur, let's go check. Yes, let's. But Zephyr, this means that all 6 lovers have succeeded in their trials, right? Come on, I want Beatrice and Battler to win. What should we do next? The resolve of all 6 is the real deal. Let us test them further in the next trial. The 2 noisy demons disappeared. They had apparently left to go check on the sacrifice Battler had killed, and also so that Battler and Beato, who could finally look at each other in the eye and talk, could have some time alone. Yes! I'm putting this in my notes, by the way. Why is Battler's sacrifice not shown to us? No! Featherweed! You're ruining my fucking... You're ruining my ship slop! What the fuck? How could you deny me this? It's not even Featherweed, it's Hochijo Toya, whatever. Dunce. What do you think of this tale of the tale so far? When suddenly asked this question, Angie immediately came to her senses. Then she realized that she had been immersed in Hochijo's tale. She felt a bit defeated and tried to look displeased. Yeah, I'm displeased. You cleverly tried to distract us with this love trial stuff. But exactly 6 people have died, setting up the first Twilight. Yeah, that's no shit. That's what I said, like, fucking at the start of this stream. Impressive. You're right. I didn't realize. Amakusa clapped his hands as though he'd been outsmarted. Like that. Even though he figured it out before me, he played the fool. That's simply because the number of lovers just so happened to be 6. This is so fucking crazy. The fact it matched the number of the first Twilight was half coincidence, half design. I feel like it's Hachijo Toya / Featherine's fucking modus operandi to speak in like the most vague fucking way, constantly, always, vague posting. It's a bit more interesting that way. Feels more like fate. Humans have the bad habit of taking 2 meaningless phenomena and trying to link them together, trying to make things seem like fate is a trick of books. I guess you aren't a fan of destinies and miracles, lady. It's like UFOs. Everyone knows about them, but no one has ever seen them. There's a cool metaphor. So, normally I'd try to skip over all the love and illusions and call them unnecessary, useless scenes for the mystery. But Okonogi-san disagreed with that way of thinking. He thought that by looking at things without love that way, the truth could never be reached. Ah, you mean President Okonogi's catchphrase? Without love, it cannot be seen? Yeah, that. If I put aside my anger at the person who killed my family in a story, and even speak with respect for Madame Hachijo, the one who wrote this tale, there must be a point to this deception. After all, she's used up all these pages talking about love and trials. In other words, those are the themes and key words of this tale. Oh, and there are many who claim that all words are not written in red ink are not worth reading. It is an honor, child of man, that you have read the black letters as well. I don't know, they're white for me. Stories written because of the writer. Stories are written because the writer has something they want to communicate. And some writers feel that it's unrefined to lay everything out too directly. All this about how you'll never reach the truth without love has shown up many times in the works before this one. This new work makes that even more striking. It means that the one thing the writer wanted to tell us the most, the thing that they want us to think about the most. When you think about it, there have been many scenes about love ever since Beato first appeared. How about the whole fucking game? Even the first time she appeared before Shannon, she spoke clearly about how love was the single element of the world. And the golden butterfly brooch she had given was also an item for love. She had said that she enjoyed sowing seeds of love and watching complications arise. And when Shannon stopped borrowing her power, the reason for her argument was also love. After her interactions with battlers started up in full, scenes about love were toned down for a while. But the without love it cannot be seen definition of magic has been mentioned repeatedly. Then, in the tale before this one, when Beato became like a doll, several scenes made it seem almost as though Battler and Beato had accepted each other as rivals, or possibly as something more. In the end, Battler had regained some memory, and his impression of Beato had undergone a complete change. And then, in this game, from the beginning until now, the word love has been repeated over and over again. I'm so glad I started early. Oh, this could be a longer stream. This could be like a 4.5 hour stream, probably. No promises, but still. This has been an incredibly fun stream. The tale you wrote keeps talking about love. However, that's not Maria One-chan's viewpoint or Beatrice's viewpoint. It's Hachijo Toya's viewpoint. Correct. That is what I wanted to tell. And it is my own sort of answer. Answer? That all the crimes 12 years ago were a trial of love started by strange demons? Ridiculous. Why is she serving with this face? I didn't come to read a romance novel you wrote. She learned that one from Angie. What I want to know is the truth you claim to have reached. Foolish child of man. After reading all of this, do you still not understand? No, I don't. I need to have it told to me explicitly, actually. With an obviously condescending gaze. You can't handle the truth! Hachijo shrugged. Oh yeah, Jessica is Beatrice. Hi, Bedwards. It was clear that she was trying to provoke Angie. She was probably hinting that Angie should just go home if she was annoyed. If you're going to read my noble work and not even attempt to see whether you understand it, then get out. Normally, Angie would have already thrown a fit and left. However, she couldn't do that. Though she didn't like someone else toying with her family's fates in a story, she was growing increasingly certain of something else as she read through it. Just as Hachijo's followers said, this tale really does have the same presence, the same scent as the tales written by Beatrice. The author was certainly different. However, because it reached to the real truth, it had the same scent. Angie was beginning to acknowledge this. Hachijo Toya, was the one who had reached Beatrice's truth. An endless witch like Beatrice who could add to the endlessly stretching parallel worlds of the cat box. Schrodinger's island. If one has reached Beatrice's truth, they create a new tale, whoever they are. With this new manuscript, I'm sure someone besides myself will appear and reach the truth. Man, everybody has their own fucking story about what happened on Rokkenjima, huh? But what the fuck actually happened? Nobody actually fucking died. Everybody's okay, and they're all just like chilling and telling ghost stories. Those people will be qualified to create new tales of their own. So there will be more and more endless witches. Yes, and these many endless witches will add to Beatrice's cat box tale. The more they add to it, the more people will reach the truth. When the seagulls cried, none were left alive. When that happens, the very first endless witch, Beatrice, will finally be rewarded for writing such long letters, packing them in bottles and throwing them into the sea. You might have yelled at me angrily and risen from your seat. However, you did not. Why? I hate to admit it, but when I'm starting to think that your tale is some kind of truth or hint within it, I already have my own ideas. However, it's no more than looking with a single eye. Unless I accept a different viewpoint from my own and look at things from more than one angle, I'll never be able to see the truth in 3 dimensions. That is my interpretation of without love, it cannot be seen. Very well, child of man. Perhaps as the final survivor of the Ushiramiya family, it was fated that you would find the truth and become an endless witch. I'm gonna be really depressed if it ends like they're all just actually fucking dead. I'm gonna be so sad. But I don't think it's gonna happen. Because that goes against the whole prophecy thing. I exist only as a guidepost to awaken you as the true successor. Angie Beatrice. Sometimes I don't understand what she's saying. However, she knows something. And maybe she actually has reached the truth as she claims. In other words, I didn't learn the truth even after reading the 2 message bottles Beatrice left behind. And now I'm reading tale after tale filled with hints. So these hints are challenges provoking me to think. Indeed. Okay. Perfect. I'll find this truth you say you've reached. It's a good thing I came here. That it is. I've invited you here because you haven't found it yet, child of man. Let the truth I see and the truth you see overlap. Just as you see things with a single eye, so do I. Now that I found you, I can finally see the truth with both eyes. Are we close to finding out who Beatrice is? Wow, ah! So the first twilight has finally happened. Everything so far has made me so sleepy. You have some sleep in your eye. Huh? But where? Mind your own business. As you wish, let's begin. First off, the first twilight. Umineko no naku koro ni chiru. Nocturne, Truth and Illusions. The game will never outright tell me who Beatrice is. I just have to be super smart and guess it. Okay. Yeah, it's fucking Jessica. I stick to my intuition. I stick to my guns. Erica was dozing off on her bed. So when a knock sounded on the door, usually my intuition is stronger than I think a lot. It took some time before she noticed. She looked at the clock and saw that not much time had passed since she had lain down. That's fucking crazy. Yes, who is it? I hope you have your good reason for knocking on the detective's door in an hour like this. Fuck you, Furudo Erica! That's right. I have one thing to say before we begin this game. Oh, the detective proclamation thing. Do as you wish. No, I mean the opposite. I say we raise the stakes. Raise the stakes. Yes! Fuck yes! It's been so long! Yes, I missed you so much. Yes! Fuck yes! I've missed you, Lambda. Fuck yes. Watch this. Why did I... Watch this. Now that sounds interesting. What do you mean? I had to, like, practice it. It's been, like, probably, like, over a week since I've done her voice. It's simple. Battler got shot off at us. got a shot off at us in the last game. So if Erica does the same in this game, we're only even. Wasn't the last game a tie? We failed to win a game that should have been a shoo-in, right? That isn't a loss. I don't know what is, right, Erica? Yes, my master. If I hadn't failed so miserably, we would have won that game easily. Oh, I get it. So this time, you'll intentionally fight at a disadvantage by not making a detective proclamation and win despite that. You're scheming not only to wipe out your loss from the previous game, but to totally flip the score upside down, right? You intend to participate in the game Battlerson poured his heart and soul into with a foolish handicap like that? That is not only presumptuous, it's quite rude. You've got a point there. It sounds more like an excuse just in case they lose. True, you could also look at it that way. If they win, it's a great victory, but if they lose, Erica's side is a nice little excuse. Isn't that a bit, unsporting? God, I missed her so much. I missed doing her voice. I fear that for the rest of my life, when I need a character voice, I may just be resurrecting Lambda Delta voice. Don't worry, the bet is balanced on both sides. If this game is won by a human without the detective proclamation, it'll be impossible for Battler and the others to pick up the pieces of the illusion of the witch. But on the other hand, if Erica loses, that detective trash will be sent into the depths of oblivion along with the worst possible fragment. See? That's balanced, isn't it? An ultimate victory with a mere human, not a Superman detective, destroying the illusion of the witch. She's putting her own destruction on the line to make that bet. I've gotten bored with these sluggish, repeating games that you and the former Beato made. So we're raising the stakes and settling it all at once. Well, that is true. If Batla makes it through this game, it'll mean that Batla has won Beato's game and the game will end. In a sense, it's a showdown. You can't escape, right? I see your position. Are you okay with that, Erica? Yes, of course. In order to regain my master's trust in me, which was lost by my previous defeat, I will risk even my own destruction. Is that of your own will? Of course it is! What's wrong, Erica? Answer him, okay? Obviously. This is my own will. I certainly will not lose. Even without the detective proclamation, I will defeat you no matter what. But Battler-san... Sure, that's fine. If that's what you want, I'll accept that challenge. I've been meaning to see a logic battle. It's been a hot second since we've seen, like, a good one. It's been a lot of witch fights recently, not logic fights. Ellipses! Exclamation point. Thank you very much. I'll make sure you regret it. I'll make sure you regret it. After all, when Batla played for the human side, he never had anything as convenient as the detective's authority. All he was allowed to do was use the blue truth and demand that Beato repeat the things he said. Exactly. In a way, the last game was unfair. We failed to win despite that, which is why it was no different from a loss. Do what you want. If you feel like making a detective proclamation, do whatever you like. I understand that you're holding it in reserve at the moment. As if I'd use such a thing against an opponent like you. Get started, you two. I'm already starting to get bored. Leave it to me, my master. I will destroy the illusion of the witch for you without fail. Fuck you, Erica. I hate you. It is magic that did it. Love did them in. It's so Disco Elysium. George and Jessica had been the ones knocking on Erica's door. They were asking whether Battler and Maria had come to this room. Of course, they hadn't. A good while ago, they went downstairs, saying they wanted to get something to drink. We thought they might have come to your room. Of course not. Why would they? Are you sure they didn't want to go to the mansion? We called the servant room and dining hall of the mansion, but no one picked up. Oh. Please, stay here, you two. I'm going to check the mansion. Yes. A little fishy aroma in my life. It's dangerous going out this late. Let me protect you. How could a stranger sneak into this sealed-off island? Stay in that cousin room of yours. I'll contact you if anything happens. Also, tell the servants in the guest house, servant room, not to leave the building. Bye. Wait a sec, Erika-san! She's a strange kid. After speaking her mind and not listening to anything else, Erica had dashed down the stairs and rushed outside. The first twilight usually starts in the morning, but it looks like we got an early fight this time. What time is it? Is it still night? Like 8 or 9 o'clock? No crime has occurred in the guest house. So that means the stage of the tragedy is inside the mansion. Though she had an umbrella up, Erica got drenched as she sprinted. She brashly licked the raindrops that she's such a freak. Erica was at her most energetic. According to her memory from the previous game, the entrance hall to the mansion would be locked after the start of the family conference. However, the lock was undone this time. Had someone unlocked it, or had the lock not been set, or had it not been possible to set the lock? Well, no point thinking about it now. After all, that might just be the whim of the game masters. As soon as she entered the entrance hall, the door to the parlor opened violently. Out of it flew Goda's large body. Eek! Ah, good evening, Goda-san. Is something the matter? Oh, police, ambulance! That expression really is wonderfully pathetic. You know, Goda did nothing wrong. The more I play this game, I used to hate Goda. But now, I feel like he's the most innocent little bean in this whole fucking mansion. What has Goda done wrong? Nothing. Except be connected to Gap. That's his only fault. Elsewise, he's just like a cutie patootie. He's chilling. He's fine. I love him. Just perfect for the first one to discover the crime. Please calm down. How could the police or an ambulance get to an isolated island inside a typhoon? I'm sure the phones are out anyway, so please calm yourself. Yells from Kraus and Rudolph's group could be heard from the parlor. Their shaken appearance perfectly signified the coming of the first twilight. Well then, gives me the victims, the scene, and the reconstruction of the situation. Those left to take a break didn't come back, so the adults went to the parlor. When they did, the door was sealed from the inside and they couldn't open it. You'll see later, but the hat stand in the parlor had been used to bar the double doors from the inside. So you're trying to say that the door was blocked from the inside and the windows were also locked from the inside. That's it. When they went around and looked into the parlor, through the window, they saw Rosa lying on the sofa in an unnatural position with blood pouring from her forehead. They then smashed the glass, entered the parlor, and discovered that Maria was also there, lying by the wall covered in blood. Jesus! Got it. Yeah, would make them yell. And the other crime scenes? The entrance wasn't locked when you came into the mansion because they went out to check the parlor from the outside. It had been locked before they left it through it, so there was a chance that the others had gone missing, were lying elsewhere within the mansion. And the adults are now searching the entire building. So the places the victims died match that long, crazy illusion you showed earlier? They match. Rosa and Maria were in the parlor. Beyond that, Natsu was in her own room, and Kairi was in Krause's study. Ava was in the Rose Garden. No, wait. She was moved to the VIP room, wasn't she? That's going in the notes. Ava moved to the VIP room. Also, I think, interestingly enough, if I'm correct, this is the first time Hideyoshi has been alive when Ava's been dead. Like in the whole game, even. Yeah, I think so. Yes, Ava's corpse was found in the VIP room. That makes 5 victims. Ah, that's 1 short for the first Twilight. Who's missing? Who's the 6th person and where? Crow-sama! The chain on this room is also set. Cut it! Culprit might be hiding in there. Goda, do it! Rodolph and Krause had brought Winchesters from Kinzo's prized collection. They yelled at Goda, who was carrying the wire cutters to cut the chain. The victims had been found one after another at several locations inside the mansion. The men who had lost their wives searched through the mansion. The women are all dying. Five women dead. Men who had lost their wives searched through the mansion in a rage, looking for the culprit. This was a guest room. I don't know why this happens. I think it's a 07 mod doing this. It had previously been a room where the relatives would stay, but it hadn't been used much since the construction of the guest house. This forgettable room had been sealed from the inside by the chain. Fuck yeah, Goda. As soon as the chain was cut, Rudolph pushed Goda aside and flew into the room. Is anyone there? Get out here! There's someone on the bed. There's someone on the bed. Let's get some light, Aniki. When Krause pushed a switch on the wall, the guest room lit up. The figure lying on the bed came into view. Jesus fucking Christ. What? Battler. Battler's fucking dead? What the fuck? That's fucking absolutely wild. I'm losing my shit right now. I'm tweaking. Battler's fucking dead. Allegedly. Battler. I'm gonna take I need like a food break. I'm gonna take like a 10-minute food break. Because I want to do a little longer stream and I'm really freaking hungry right now. and I will not be able to keep streaming unless I get food in my system. So give me like 10 fucking minutes. I'm not gonna lie, I need to eat. Be right back. That is not the right mute button. That would have really fucked me up if I used that mute button. Okay, actual 10-minute break. Oh, I'm back. Oh my gosh, that was good food. That was worth it. Okay. I had to choose a really good spot. Obviously, a really good cliffhanger. But like the 5 minute, or like the 10, 15 minutes I was gone, watching Instagram shorts in my bed while eating a Reuben, like 3 feet away. That was very delicious. It's always good. Battler. Battler. Fuck, I clicked off. Oh my god, what the fuck? Damn it. What are you doing in a place like this? And now we have the whole thing where now Rudolph is discovering his son's corpse instead of him discovering Rudolph's corpse, which happens like a billion times throughout the game. Rudolph's knees crumpled and he fell over Battler's corpse. Damn it. No words could console him as he cried with a mad sorrow. In a single night, he'd lost both his wife and his son. I'm really fucking... I don't even know what to think. Battler's fucking dead. During this time, Kraus checked the window in the bathroom and searched the closet to find if... I feel like Rudolph is just a sex pest. He's just like he's awful with women. He's a total misogynist. And searched the closet to find if anyone was hiding there, but found no one. Did Kraus really find no one? Do I really trust Kraus? Battler. Battler. Damn it. Ah! How sad. I can't believe it, but this room is also a closed room. What, again? Yes. My study, where Kairi-san was, Natsui's room, the VIP room with Ava, the parlor with Rosa and her daughter, and now Battler-kun in this guest room. It's gonna be really interesting to see how they all go on without Battler. This really does change a lot. They're all closed rooms, aren't they? I don't understand. It couldn't be suicide, could it? That's impossible. How could this be a suicide? Battler! That's so fucking sad. Oh, there's a surprise. To think that you yourself would be the sixth person. It's more interesting to kill yourself off every now and then. And all the crime scenes are closed rooms. It's a murder that couldn't have been performed without magic. Isn't seeing through that the point of this game? In other words, it must be a murder that could have been performed without magic. After all, if it really could be done only with magic, this wouldn't be a game. That's an interesting thought. Yes, that is the sort of game we've been playing. The game is fair. The goal is to explain without magic the strange crimes that are claimed to be caused with magic. If that couldn't be done, it wouldn't be a game. In other words, as Erica said, they must be murders that could have been performed without magic. To turn it around, the witch cited a certain responsibility. I really don't trust a lot of testimony here from Jessica and George. They had to make a crime that could be reproduced with tricks and not magic. Unless the human side could see through those tricks, the witch side could use all kinds of magic and illusions. In other words, in order to carry out a closed-room murder with magic, it was necessary to create a crime that would be impossible by human hands. And this time, none of the servants have been killed. So, master keys are on the table. We shouldn't exclude the idea of master keys right now. Them being stolen, putting back into people's pockets without them knowing. Stuff like that. The chain works against that, because the chains, of course, you don't need the lock. What if Battler was actually the one who was trying to escape from that room, and that's why he's dead? I'm still on... Oh, it's been a while since we've seen that perspective of that mystery person. I thought it might be Beatrice, or that it might be... I believed it was somebody else at one point. I can't remember. It's been a while. But I feel like just with the same thing as last episode, with the whole idea of the knock and the letter, like, figuring out how this works is going to be tricky. I feel like figuring out who is the mystery person trying to escape is the same thing as, well, trying to figure out who knocked on the door. Now I understand. I see why, when I ordered the Seven Sisters to kill my classmates back at St. Lucia's, they couldn't do what I told them. And I understand the meaning of Mammon's words. Magic can only do that when you accomplish it by your own hands. Is that it? At that time, if I had possessed the determination to kill my classmates, no, that's not it. At that time, if I had been capable of killing my classmates, capable of pulling it off, then the Seven Sisters of Purgatory would probably have pulled it off for me. That's an interesting idea. They could only accomplish what I could do myself. No, that's not it either. They could take what I had accomplished and turn it into magic. However, because there was a great number of witnesses in that classroom, it would probably have been impossible. It would have been burned by that anti-magic toxin Maria One-chan and the others always talk about. However, if I had called those classmates out somewhere without witnesses, and if I had succeeded in murder, at that point, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory would be capable of carrying out a magical murder. Even with magic, witches cannot do things that they cannot accomplish by themselves. They only can adorn things they're capable of doing with magic. Interesting. And that is because those who accomplish something without using magic later claim that magic was used and call themselves witches. So who's the first to mention magic with the 6 chosen by the key? Hideyoshi, actually. That's not really it, is it? I'm not even mentioned it at all here. What about Beatrice? I'm just control Fing, so I'm not really searching that hard. Kraus. And Battler mentions Beatrice. Kumasawa, Cannon. What about Letter Umbrella? Wait, I'm looking at the wrong part. That's probably loud as fuck. I'm sorry. Fuck. Ugh. This Erica person has understood that since the beginning. That's why she will never surrender to witches. She is confident that it must be explainable with tricks. The old battler was toyed with so frequently because he did not possess that conviction. Once you see through that rule, the witch loses any chance at victory. That's why they have to make their opponent surrender before they see the truth of the rule. The longer the match is drawn out, the more hints are given, the greater the witch's overwhelming disadvantage becomes. Once again, this reasoning keeps spinning around in circles. Why did Beato let this game get drawn out until she lost? You know, I said I was going to go 4.5 hours. Maybe I'm just like midnight. Because I do need to wake up at 9 o'clock. Yeah. Many victims had been found, and the mansion was still wrapped in chaos. Hideyoshi's group seemed to have gone to the guest house, worrying about the safety of the kids there. Kraus and Rudolph's group was in the hall, talking about what should be done next. Who's Hideyoshi's group? Who's Kraus and Rudolph's group? During a short gap in this chaos, Erica dashed all about the mansion. She was checking the crime scenes. Normally, with the detective's authority, Erica had the right to openly investigate the crime scenes to her heart's content. However, this time she hadn't yet made use of that authority. She was a guest and an outsider, so there was little to no chance that she would be allowed to investigate. So she was forced to quickly check all the crime scenes now, while she could still run about as she pleased. In the servant room, there had been a clear folder containing a sketch of the mansion's interior. Please give it to me. Erica skillfully made her way through the mansion. We're never getting the layout of the mansion. I know we aren't. Dashing into the crime scene in turn. Lady Erica, I believe you know, but allow me to warn you just in case. Yes, what is it? It is true that you have an incredible photographic memory, Lady Erica. That, combined with the detective proclamation, is what made it possible for you to avoid being deceived by anything. Yeah, I get it. Since no detective proclamation has been made about me, even my photographic memory doesn't count as foolproof evidence. Of course I understand that. Still, it doesn't mean I can afford to miss viewing the crime scenes directly. After all, in the last game, my pride in that regard led me to a truly miserable failure. For example, by this argument, no matter how well you examine a person's corpse, you could not even guarantee they were not faking their own death with absolute certainty. Most probably, features of this situation must be individually confirmed by telling back repeatedly read. And I'll need to use the blue truth liberally in order to make him. I understand. It's so crazy how the roles have switched and now Battler's using the red. Because he knows the truth. Let's start with the basics. The lack of the detective's authority is no handicap. It simply means that I'm fighting under the same conditions Battler once was. Yes, this fight is retracing the old days when Battler and Beato fought so fiercely. This was 4 fucking months ago for Pier. It's been 4 fucking months. I presume this game will take me till about the end of January. Maybe February. Yeah, more or less, because things are going to get kind of goofy with the holiday season. I'm not going to stream as much. This fight is retracing the old days when Battler and Beato fought so fiercely. I have nothing as convenient as the detective's authority. I just have to truly fight the same way the old battler fought. Thinking of it this way, it may be true that I was given quite a favorable, unfair position last game, just as my master had said. It may be difficult without the detective's authority, which is also my pride and honor as a detective. But I won't let that be a handicap. I know what magic is, and I'm fully aware of how to fight with the red and blue troops. I know the way to fight in this game many times better than the old battler did. I want him to gold truth her ass so fucking hard. I quickly visited the VIP room, Krause's study, and Natsui's room on the second floor, as well as the parlor and the guest room on the first floor. This time, checking with my own eyes, as I had failed to do so in the last game. First off, all the scenes were made to look like closed rooms. Ooh! Ooh! This is super interesting. They're catboxed right now. They're dead and alive. Yeah, they're totally fucking catboxed. First off, all the 7 scenes were made to look like closed rooms. Probably of special note was the fact that the master keys could have nothing to do with the trick. What do you mean? Why not? The closed rooms were all made without relying on any elements that could... Oh! Like, the parlor door was, like, locked with the hat stand. Or the chain on the door. Yeah, I totally didn't even consider that. I forgot they mentioned it earlier. The windows were locked from the inside. And the doors were all locked and chained. A master key could get around all the locks on the doors, but not the window locks or the chain locks. I haven't had Battler confirm that it's impossible to manipulate these from the outside, but I'm sure he'll be able to say it in red. It'd be stupid. It'd be stupid otherwise. I understand. Right now, I'm a mere human. I can't even properly confirm the death of the corpses. Urgh. Last time, I neglected to check the corpses and let a massive bit of magic get by me. I won't fail like that again. If I did, I wouldn't be able to face the master I'm so indebted to. We have checked all of the scenes and finished gathering information. Here is our report. Go ahead. First, all the rooms were closed rooms formed by the window locks and chain locks and the like, so that interference from the outside would be difficult. All the rooms were closed. The only exception is the parlor, where Rosa and Maria lay. Please, allow me to speak. Let it be known that the door was barred with a headstand. That's not said in the Red Truth, though. Usually whenever these two show up, they say shit in Red Truth. But now it's all white, so we just have to trust people's freaking reports at this point. Because I don't think Erica ever saw the hat stand that was barring the door. So we don't even necessarily have to take that as gospel. Or I don't even think she saw... Did she see... I would have to scroll up and look at it again, but... Was she there when Battler was dead? When they found Battler's corpse? Like, did they see go to unlock the chain? And if so, was that the only one that she saw unlocked? Because unless they can verify in red that all the rooms were locked, we'll see. This is probably speculation coming a little too early from my part.
It is thought to be substantially the same as a chain lock.
Yeah. Maybe I should. I do have some time to blow tomorrow.
In that it can only be set from the inside. It is probably their goal to construct closed rooms where explanations using master keys are made completely ineffective. The parlor has no chain lock due to its very nature, so it is natural that something else would be used in the chain's place.
In that case, the interesting question becomes why one of the other rooms at the chain locks wasn't chosen to be a closed room. There were several guest rooms other than the one Battler lay dead in, all with similar layouts, correct?
Yes. Oh wait, yes, that is correct.
In that case, even though it should have been more beautiful to throw them in there, so that everyone would be inside a chain-locked, closed room, they did not. That hat stand door bar in the parlor seems very suspicious. I should probably pursue this when demanding red truth. Also, we have corpses, but they are the same absolute deaths. But are they the same absolute deaths with their necks sliced open like in the last game, which could be confirmed even without the detective's authority? Of course, she had checked all the corpses in the crime scenes this time. However, without the detective's authority, she had no guarantee that she would be able to see through any faked deaths with certainty. The old Battler had also started fighting by doubting whether the victims were truly dead. It was the same for Erica. Please, allow me to speak. Know that there are no corpses that could have been confirmed dead with certainty by physical means. Because Nanjo is a fucking idiot, and he has no way to know.
Please, allow me to speak. We cannot deny the possibility that any one of these corpses might be a fake death.
Well, I doubt Battler will easily confirm their deaths in red, even if I tell him to.
Sheesh.
I liked Beato's Chains of 6 closed rooms better. However, these closed rooms are even more complete considering the master keys don't help you at all. Fuck yes. There are two general ways of breaking closed rooms that Battler might be after. An illusion of a closed room, or an illusion of a crime. It'll be one of those. I get the first one, but that's when something looks like a closed room, but it actually isn't, right? What do you mean by an illusion of crime? An illusion that makes it seem as though a crime has occurred. In other words, are they really dead? Well, that's dumb. If the people inside are alive, handling any kind of closed room is like pissing in a toilet. Still, with this closed room, it's pretty hard to think of any other answer. What about the endless possibilities of manipulating the chain lock from the outside? You don't know if there are secret doors, ways to kill from a distance, chances of suicide, or even whether these are complete closed rooms in the first place. Are we digging up the corpse of Winchester theory? Fuck yes. It's never too late. I already know, since I'm looking at Battler's game board from the underside. But these are perfect closed rooms. They can only be constructed from the inside, and there exists no method by which to construct, deconstruct, or interfere with them from the outside.
Can you say that in red? That'd be a little too rude to battle, so no. If you do love me, then you must see my words as red truth, right? Okay. Then the closed rooms are perfect. In other words, this is an illusion. It does seem that way. If so, these are all trick closed rooms. Doesn't this mean everyone got so pissed at Erica bragging about detectives and stuff that they joined together and set up a fake murder to make fun of her? Oh, is that the right answer? I like a super detective. Star. Unfortunately, this isn't a fake. The victims really have been killed. Huh? And you don't mean by midnight on the second day, right? No detective proclamation has been made, but she's very accurate when examining corpses. She's good enough that I could give her examinations the right truth. But you don't, so whatever. So, does that mean that they were definitely dead when Erica examined their corpses? Yes, that's right. Totally. But you won't say it in red for her, right? Whatever. That poor Erica must want it so bad. Well, she isn't the detective this time around. What? What do you mean she isn't the detective? Who's the fucking detective? What? So... Okay, thank you. I was a little confused. Still, that makes it incredible. This time, Battler's really made a perfect closed room. We, the readers, are the detective. Hello, Great 35P. Oh yes, I believe you're right. Will Erica be okay? It looks like an ordinary closed room murder at a glance. But this one's pretty nasty. Won't this load be a bit too heavy for Erica without her detective's authority? She's a self-proclaimed detective. I'm sure she'll pull through. If Battler and Beato were defeated by a mere human, it wasn't even a detective, it'd fall apart in the most exquisite way, don't you think? Oh, and even if Erica loses, you get to play by throwing her into the worst fragment and knocking her into the depths of oblivion? Exactly. No matter how it turns out, it won't be boring. You really are heartless, aren't you? Well, bringing out this black cat like a towel and licking up... What? Well, ringing up this black cat like a towel and licking up every last drop is bliss to me. Beato's game board did entertain me for quite some time, but we've already rung everything we can. It'll be over with this game. So, in the end, we must really let Battler and Erica bet everything in one final face-off. And I wanted to play with you. I wanted to play with you forever in this game. What a shame. Oh, I spent plenty of time with you already. Go find me another interesting game. If you do, I'll play with you again. Ah, Yes, you really don't let me get bored. That's okay, Bun. Seeing your face twist in anguish is the one forbidden honey I found on my shelf. Lambda Delta had guaranteed that it was a perfect closed room. Burncastle had guaranteed that it was a perfect murder. Perfect closed room and murder. The witches hate a killjoy. They haven't said anything with the red truth yet. Pursuing that was the role for Battler and Erica. Looks like you've trampled all over the crime scenes by now. Satisfied? Is your inspection complete? Yes, I'm satisfied. So, about our war of red and blue. Shall we start right away? Or do it all at the end? I don't like putting things off. I think the same goes for you. Let's get started with the closed rooms of the first Twilight. Fuck yes, logic battle! Logic battle, let's fucking go! This is like some Sonic the Hedgehog ass music. Like, I feel like I'm playing Sonic Adventure 1. Fuck yeah. First, wait, why did I give her Erica? Why did I give her Lambda voice? No! You could tell I wanted to do more Lambda. You could tell I'm actually really upset. I really want to read more Lambda. It's so obvious. Fuck. First, I'd like to check. Do you intend to respond if I ask you to repeat something in red? Depending on what you say, yes. I have no obligation to respond to everything, and I won't reveal my reasons when I refuse. Good. Then let's start simple and confirm the definition of a closed room. Lanor, please read it aloud.
Understood. We demand that the following be repeated.
Lanor spread out one of those scrolls that some official would always spread out when announcing the king in Western fairy tales and read it aloud.
First, the rooms with the 6 people in them are closed rooms.
Acknowledged. Of course, that's only until Goda and the others severed the chains and destroyed the closed rooms. At a nod from Dlanor, Cornelia, who stood behind her, started taking notes.
Second, the definition of a closed room implies it is impossible to construct from the outside.
Acknowledged. In other words, no trickery done from the outside can construct a closed room. It is not permitted for a chain lock to be reset from the outside by a cleverly used wire, for example. I didn't need you to tell me that. Dlanor, please continue.
Third, the definition of a closed room implies that all forms of interference that pass between the inside and outside of the room are prevented.
Acknowledged. The rooms, the 6 people in them. That's not very good legalese on her part, is it? The rooms with the 6 people in them. It's not referring to the 6 people who are dead, or Natsui, Battler, Maria, etc. Like, it's not referring to them specifically. It's just the 6 people. That could mean anything. Fuck. I mean, obviously these aren't closed rooms. There's some trickery going on here. But it's almost awful how I'm now rooting for Battler and the idea that the magic is real. And I almost don't even want to try to solve it in a way. Acknowledged. However, I won't deny the kinds of interference that you'd expect from a normal room, such as knocks, voices, and the extension telephone line.
If she wants me to, I'll do it then, Eric.
Fourth, at the time of the deconstruction of the closed rooms, none existed within the rooms except the victims.
Okay, fine. Okay, she's thinking about how I was thinking now.
Natsui Eva, Sir Maria Battler.
Oh, you're right. I can't let Erica solve it before me. Do I? I can't let her solve it before me. That's the fucking carrot. Acknowledged. In this way, they could confirm whether or not the culprit had been hiding inside a closed room. If the culprit had slipped out of the room after the discoverers had noticed the murders and then walked away, it would have been possible to construct an illusion of a closed room. Hello, Eliana. Because Battler had acknowledged their statement with the red truths. The possibility that the culprit and the victim had both been inside the closed rooms at the time of the crime, and that the culprit had hidden under the bed and stuck out after the discovery of the crime, had been denied. That's good.
Fifth, no murder was committed after the deconstruction of the closed rooms.
Ooh, that's a really good one. I refuse. No murder was committed after the deconstruction of the closed rooms. What could that mean effectively? What could that mean? That they weren't murdered until after the rooms were opened. Yeah, that was like the last game. Time of death is not going to be something we're given. Or at least something we're given explicitly. Hell, that's why they're fucking catboxed. They're both dead and alive right now. All of them. Why? Because the victims are because the victims really were alive after the closed rooms were destroyed. So Kraus and the others who barged in were the culprits and committed the murders then. In other words, they were post-closed room murders. Is that why you refuse? This is where he gold truce, right? Not at all. The murders will continue to occur, so we cannot say in red that no murders will happen after this. Ooh! That's a really fucking good point, Beatrice. No murder was committed after the deconstruction of the closed rooms. Not the murder of the 6 people, but the murder of anyone. I love how Beatrice is kind of remembering to be herself again. That's so fucking cool. She's like slowly gaining her moxie back. The murders will continue to occur, so we cannot say in red that no murders will happen after this. Sheesh, what twisted logic. You probably see what we're getting at. Kraus's group cut the chain and destroyed the closed rooms, then killed the people inside. I just want you to counter this.
Lady Attica. It is insufficient to refer to Kraus's group, an unspecified number of people. You should first determine which humans entered the room after the closed room was deconstructed.
Allow me to speak. Accepting the victims,
Those who entered the closed rooms were Kraus, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Goda.
Allow me to speak. This is based on spoken testimony. Know that there's no proof that the others do not enter.
I know that already. Let's have you repeat that. After the deconstruction of the closed rooms, then excluding me, only Kraus, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Goda entered the rooms. Sure, acknowledged. However, this only applies to the current point in time. After the deconstruction. Okay, I get that. It's possible that some later development in the game will cause more people to enter. Repeat it. Kraus, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, Goya are not culprits. Battler put his finger on his chin, deep in thought. This word, culprit, was fairly broad, and it might serve to greatly restrict the darkness of the witch. Why not answer? If we refuse, their blue truth naming Kraus and the others as the culprits will remain. Sure, I'll acknowledge it, but I'll make the language more strict. Kraus, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Goda were not involved in the murders of Natsui, Ava, Kairi, Rosa, Maria, and Battler. And that means it was also impossible for any of the other humans who didn't even enter the closed room to have been involved with murder, doesn't it? Who knows? Think about it yourself. If you think you can build up some blue truth where a closed room murder can be committed without entering the room, I'll respond with the red truth. However, I only need to destroy one of the blue truths you'll be presenting from here on out. In other words, even if you do manage to use the blue truth and explain this away with some long distance closed room murder trick X, you don't necessarily have to counter that with the red truth. These are the rules of the witch's game. Angie had confirmed these details with Beato in the 4th game. It's so hard to freaking keep all this shit together, because I've been playing this game for 4 fucking months, and I really have been struggling to keep all these fucking details in mind. I feel like that's like what makes Umineko so fucking difficult. Is that there's like 4 months of shit my brain has to sift through to begin to understand and unpack this shit. The witch side lays out the riddle after... The witch side lays out riddle after riddle that it claims are impossible to carry out except by magic. The human side must use blue truth to argue that they are explainable with tricks. And if they fail to make a counter-argument with blue truth for even one of the riddles, that riddle will be considered to have been done by magic. And it will be impossible to deny the existence of a witch. In other words, the witch side only needs to protect any one of its riddles. However, the human side wants to fully explain all riddles of the blue truth. And even if the human side manages to explain all the riddles of the blue truth, if any one of those is successfully countered by the red truth, the witch will win. That was why, like the strategy the old Beato had adopted at the end, it was sufficient for the witch side to put off their red text counter-arguments until the very last moment and make a single strike at the opponent's most fragile spot. In any event, you've refused to repeat that last one, right? Don't get the wrong idea. I don't give out red for free. God, Battler's grown so fucking much as a character, it's crazy. His character growth is so fucking nuts. From the witch's side perspective, which side's perspective,
Repeating statements made by the human side is just a supplement to make sure they haven't misunderstood the question. Therefore, they had no obligations to respond to extremely broad demands. Not bad. Looks like you can handle being a player on the witch side pretty well, too. Your experience is no match for mine. Growth! That there hasn't even been a weird harassment comment. Planor.
Let us continue.
Next, the victims did not die by any method other than homicide. Acknowledged. This one's really fucking good, yeah. Of course, there were no suicides or accidental deaths.
7th, the victims.
That's not enough glamour. Are you sure? Or that's enough glamour.
Are you sure? There are still items.
Yes, that will do fine. I've confirmed the status of the crime scene. From here on, it's time for me to argue back the blue truth. Whatever, Erica, you never speak in fucking truth. You're always wrong, and I need to move my arguments around so they aren't yours, because you're fucking wrong. Sure, fine. Let me hear your masterful theories. Though Battler and Erica were enemies, it looked to Beato as though they were having a little fun doing this. Yeah, this is fun. This is a game. She was probably slightly jealous of Erica. Beato, though, thought back on the books she had read in Featherine's library, in which the old her and Battler had fought. I missed that. That must have been fun as well. I need one more Battler-Beatrice fucking moment. Like, logic battle. I missed their shit. Now I'm fucking Kinzo crying about Beatrice being gone. It's so fucking shit what this game has done to me. During a short break in the family conference, a horrible, brutal mass murder had occurred. A short break. What was the time span? I don't want it. It can't be a monkey's paw thing, can it? A finger curls on the monkey's paw. During a short break in the family conference, a horrible, brutal mass murder had occurred. The 6 people killed, excluding Battler, had all been women. The remaining men went mad with rage at this cowardice, and broke down sobbing at the sadness of losing their wives over and over again. Why were they all women? I wonder if Battler killed all these women off so we wouldn't suspect them of being Beatrice. Theory. Like, I wonder if this was almost Battler's way of telling us that no, Rosa, Maria, Kairi, Natsui, they're not Beatrice. Like, that's what's going through my head right now. Which very unfortunately leaves But also the fact that we saw, you know, the story we were told was, you know, George committing murder, Jessica committing murder. Battler. You're fucking right. The women do kind of lock in. Like, every single fucking time. Shout out to Natsui, Ava, and Kairi. I feel like Ushira Miya men, especially these three, are just like fucking terrible. Why were they all women? How cowardly can a person be?
What's wrong with us?
Rudolph crying is so fucking wild.
Here we are, under the same roof. We're just smoking away, not noticing that members of our own family are getting killed, damn it.
That is like the most fucking acting I've ever put into a Rudolph line. God damn. But who and how? They were not unguarded. The chain was set for all of them.
Who gives a damn about that? I don't care how they were killed. I just want to know who did it.
Hey, Genji-san, Goda-san. Were the doors and windows to the mansion all locked during the family conference? I don't... Two definitely trustworthy people. But yes, there can be no doubt. In accordance with Madam's instructions, everything is always locked at the time of the night patrol. Very trustworthy, Genji. Extremely trustworthy man. The world's most trustworthy, even. Especially since we had that whole thing about, oh, Beatrice is unlocking the doors as the servants are locking them. Tonight was a special case, so everything was locked up right after seeing the children off to the guest house.
How is that possible? I mean, Battler and Maria-chan were inside the mansion, right?
This is such a Winchester theory moment. This is such a fucking Winchester theory moment. Come on, Winchester theory. I've been rooting for you. Now, episodes... Yeah, nobody's even fucking talking about Kinzo. They're just like, yeah, whatever, he's just doing Kinzo shit. The Game Master is just... Like, Battler wants to keep Kinzo under the table. He just doesn't fucking care. Like, Battler's not really interested in telling a story with Kinzo in it, I guess. Or at least yet. Still, I wonder, they keep referring to this as like the final game, or like, oh, this is gonna be like the last time we're gonna figure out who Beatrice is. But there's still 2 more episodes after this. So what does that mean? How is this gonna end? Honestly, I'm not even far into this episode. I mean, I think it's super interesting that episode 5 and only had the first and second Twilights. What do you mean? What do I want to know? How it ends? Or how close I am to ending? Okay, yeah, why not? If it's like a non-spoiler. Okay. Got it.
They shouldn't have been able to get in, right?
If everything really was locked up properly, couldn't have happened. Doesn't that prove that the building wasn't completely locked up? Well,
He was arguing that Goda's failure to lock up properly might have allowed a stranger to sneak in. At the very least, none of them had known that Battler and Maria had visited the mansion. If those two had come and found everything locked tight, they wouldn't have been able to get inside. Gap did it. It was fucking Gap. It was Goda. Interesting. Okay. If those two had come and found everything locked tight, they wouldn't have been able to get inside. If they had rung the doorbell, Goda would probably have heard them from the servant room, but Goda said nothing of the sort had happened. How they had entered the locked mansion was a complete mystery. Almost like it's the Winchester Mystery Mansion. Really makes you think. I'm not giving up. This is merely an idea, but for example, what if Madame or someone happened to be near the entrance? Noticed Battler Sama and Maria Sama knocking on the door, ringing the bell, and let them in.
That couldn't have happened. You were in the servant, right, Goda-san? Isn't there a chime in the servant that goes off when the front door opens? There's no way you could have missed anyone.
But, well, at that time, Goda was serving drinks as you requested, so he was not in the servant room.
Why was there only one servant in the mansion on such an important day?
That's so fucking tricky. Okay.
Why was someone as important as Genji-san on duty in the guest house? Does that make any sense? Why was the servant room left empty?
My wife formed those shifts. She probably hoped that Goda would be kind enough to serve some fashionable drinks throughout the family conference as well. But Kraus Nissan, this is the family conference, right? The most important day of the year, right? Why was Goda-san left as the only person on shift in the mansion? If there had been just one more person, everything would have been different, wouldn't it? That's a wolf sheep thing. Right? Right? With a half-crying, half-enraged, jumbled-up expression, Hideyoshi yelled at Goda. Of course, the culprit who had killed everyone was the most to blame and the most despicable. However, even if he understood that, he needed to let off some of his emotions by hating someone he could see. I am fully aware of how everyone feels. However, please calm down. Either Goda-san was a throw and walking up, or someone let Battler-san and Maria-san in after they came back from the guest house and forgot to lock up afterwards. However, that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with how the culprit snuck in. After all, the mansion is massive. They might have come in much earlier and hid until late at night, for all we know. I can understand that you might want to suspect certain people, but please calm down. Our guest is right. The culprit is the one we should hate,
Not the servant who just happened to be on duty. At any rate, let's calm down. I feel as terrible as the rest of you. However, we must take the initiative now and regain our composure.
Anarchy.
Everyone now just feels... Everyone just feels just as sad and devastated. And none of us will ever forgive the one who did this. For that reason, we must regain our composure. What if Jessica, like, modified the fucking... like, servant lists, or got someone to help her do it, like Shannon or Cannon? Yeah. How is Kraus gonna lock in, but also, like, he's a total idiot. And Genji, yeah, totally in the pocket of whoever's committing the murder. I think I used to like Genji. He is, like, by far the least... I'd give him the award of least trustworthy person. World's biggest liar. He is such a fucking liar, it's insane. He's right. I still have George. Kraus Nistan still has Jessica-chan. And Rudolph-kun, you still have Angie-chan waiting for you to return, right? It's still too soon to stop pointing fingers. I fucking love reading Hideyoshi. It's so fucking fun. The culprit is still on this island, and we can't be sure that this tragic crime is over. We need to stay calm and prevent any further tragedies. If Erica is smart right now, she will try to her best to make sure abso-fucking-lutely nobody leaves her sight. Erica's words softly consoled them, and gently admonished them. If a servant had said the same thing, Rudolph probably have jumped on him. However, since it had come from the lips of a guest, a neutral party, it seemed to reach their ears. Let's stay cool. We have 3 grown men with us, guns as well. Judging by the pattern of the murders, the chances of the culprit having a gun are low. In other words, as long as we keep our heads, the culprit no longer has any way to touch us. She's right. We can't let the culprit do as they please any longer on our island.
Let's find the culprit. We're in the middle of a typhoon. They can't escape from the island, and there's only so many places they can take shelter from the rain in.
This island is larger than you'd think. Unfortunately, it would be difficult to search the island with this many people. After all, if you found the culprit, you might shoot them to death on the spot as you are now. If the frightened culprit has run deep into that forest, you won't find them easily. Ellipses. Right. We should just wait for the typhoon to pass. Have the boat call the police for us, and let them thoroughly search the island. Also, another crack theory incoming. Wait for it, wait for it. Jessica scuttled fucking... Is scuttled the right word? She sabotaged Kraus's boat. So we know Kraus has a boat. There's so many fucking moving parts in this story. It's insane. I'm not even thinking about Kuodorian shit right now. I'm not even thinking about Kuodorian as the mansion theory. I can't wait till I have this all figured out. It's all gonna make so much sense. But you are right. They do all move in sync. I mean, there is something that connects all these different pieces together. That answer is Beatrice. I can't do things like that. Oh my gosh.
And let them so thoroughly search the island. The police are incredible.
Average Japanese position.
They'll bring hundreds of people and pick through it with a fine-tooth comb. That forest may be deep, but they'll definitely smoke the culprit out.
The most important thing now is to make sure none of our beloved family members are taken from us. Rudolph. If something happens to you, what will happen to Angie-chan back home?
Kyrie. Battler. Damn it. I never had a chance to tell you the truth.
Rausan. Why is nobody gonna question him on that? Give me the answer. I want to know what's up with Battler. Is he the fucking Cliff baby? Because even that's weird, because he has the same fucking hair color as Angie. I mean, they never say in red that, oh, Angie's hair is red. Go with it. But still, I mean, I'm not gonna fucking look into it that hard. This game has really tested my sanity. Krausan, I'm sure that everyone in the cousin room is extremely agitated right now. If you show them that you've regained your composure, I'm sure that will help them relax a lot. Would you mind heading up there? Good point. You have to talk with everyone about what we're going to do next. Maybe you should, maybe you should bring them down from the cousin. Say. Please go up with him, Genji-san and Goda-san. What about Rudolph? Oh, but I guess they're all... Are they up in the cousin room too? She could ask them to go to the servant room. Yes, I'm sure everyone is quite agitated. Are you certain? Is there anything else we can help with? Like, look at his face! I hate... Suspect the butler. Like, Goda? Terrified. Genji? Locked the fuck in. That's why I want you to go with Krausan. I want you there to help him if something happens. I'd like for the rest of us to check and see that everything's locked up here. We'll head up soon, so please go on ahead. Also, what I think is interesting is the more the time the game goes on, the more the guest house has become involved in the plot. But like at first, they were normally hiding in the mansion. And for the longest time, I mean, don't quote me on this, but we're not shown, I don't think we're shown any dead bodies in the guest house until Episode 5. Which is crazy. Really. Understood. If you need anything, please call us. Who was dead in the guest house in episode 3? I mean, we saw them outside the guest house die. Like Maria. Yeah. It's very likely that Kraus and Natsui were killed in the guest house. Actually, that's where they're shown being murdered, right? Yeah, it is. It is. Genji bowed and Kraus nodded. Kraus also nodded to Erika, then headed up to the second floor with Genji and Goda. In times of confusion, when only men are around, it's easy for a composed member of the opposite sex to take the initiative. Even without the detective's authority, she was able to control them quite naturally. Erika had wanted to get rid of the servants for the time being.
Okay. In that case, let's get to checking the locks.
Our problem is going to be the big window in the lounge. Looks like they don't even have shutters. If they smash this, we won't be able to stop them from coming in. Form a barricade, Hideyoshi. Fucking try. Form a barricade, dumbass. Oh my god.
Don't worry. The sound of the glass smashing will be more than enough warning. We'll turn them to Swiss cheese.
Quiet, please. I didn't have you stay down here to check the doors and windows. Please listen calmly to what I'm about to say. When Erika lowered her voice, Rudolph and Hideyoshi realized that she wanted to talk about something secret. So they brought their ears closer as they regained their composure. Listen up. This crime happened during a short break in the family conference. In that span of time, 6 people were killed without anyone noticing, and I can't imagine a crime improvised on the spot going so smoothly. This crime was committed by someone who knew the layout of this mansion well, inside and out.
Well,
if they didn't know the inside, well. But a short while ago, they had attacked Goda, suspecting the servants of making a blunder. However, they'd only thought that he'd forgotten to lock up and were attacking him for letting the mysterious culprit sneak in. They hadn't considered that not one of the servants they knew so well might have taken those lives with their own hands. No, they hadn't wanted to think that. People can't easily suspect someone they know well of being the culprit. At the time of the crime, the mansion was locked from the inside, and only those involved with the family conference existed there.
so Aniki killed Kairi and the others? Or am I supposed to suspect Hideyoshi Nissan? Is it possible? Unthinkable.
I never considered suspecting Kraus, Nissan, or Rudolph Kuhn. All of the siblings had excellent relationships with their spouses. True, the Yoshirimiya family may be strict with discipline and money, but that doesn't mean we treasure our own family as less than anyone else. Yes, of course I believe that. I wouldn't dream that any of you would kill your own wives. Erika had already received red truth proof from Battler that they were not the murderers, so there was no need to argue that point. Kraus, Rudolph, Hideyoshi, and Goda, none of these 4 was the killer. And yet Erika said this.
However, what about Goda-san? He was in the waiting room the whole time during the family conference in a position from which he could do anything without anyone knowing. Isn't it a little too early to suspect Goda-san? Goda-san can bring us drinks in the dining hall during the break. He was with us for quite some time. He couldn't have had time to kill 6 people.
However, he might have been able to let the actual killer into the mansion.
Precisely. Goda-san probably didn't kill them himself. However, it's very possible that he secretly welcomed the actual murderer into the mansion. Rudolph and Hideyoshi, stunned, looked at each other. They were family. Even a wife of siblings would be considered family. Though the siblings hated each other, it wasn't possible that they'd hate each other's wives enough to kill them. Ava and Rosa were 2 of the siblings. But none of the others could have had any reason to kill Natsuki, Kairi, Battler, or the young Maria. But to a servant like Goda, perhaps they were a little more than complete strangers. I suspect the servants on 2 points. First, the victims are familiar with them, and there were no signs of a fight in any of the crime scenes. If you look back to my episode 1 notes, which I think are very cool and interesting, I wrote, if the killer truly isn't Beatrice, they would have to fit multiple conditions and presuppositions. The killer has intimate knowledge of the Ushirimiya family, its finances, the mansion, and its runnings in the occult. Seemingly able to breach the mansion alongside Kinzo's panic room. That's... Kinzo is Battler. God, I can't believe I put that in my notes. I think it's interesting the year Kinzo... Battler comes back is the year Kinzo's a no-show. But I know now that Kinzo was the no-show the year before that. I love how I refer to the fucking... I use the word homunculi in the fucking my episode 1 notes, which is crazy. I say Shannon Cannon and other Fukuinos are homunculi. What if Battler's furniture? And there were no signs of a fight in any of the crime scenes. I think you know well that there was no disturbance at any of those places. I love how there's no signs of any fight in any of the scenes. And meanwhile, we have fucking Jessica like pounding fucking huge craters into the fucking walls. Yeah, no signs of a fight. None at all.
I was thinking that too. Figured Kyrie was used enough to fights that she wouldn't get killed that easily without resisting. That woman wouldn't hesitate to bite your finger off. It makes more sense if the culprit was someone she knew, who suddenly attacked when her guard was down.
Like Jessica. Come to think of it, the same goes for my Ava. She knows a dozen kinds of martial arts. She spends every day practically wishing for some ruffian to attack her. She wouldn't have been killed off so easily. Then what about Rosa-san in the parlor? Do you think she'd be easily killed by a stranger without resisting while she had her only daughter with her? This tells us something else that's important. Something important. The culprit isn't just one person, right? You're right. Both Rosa-san and Maria-chan were in the parlor. they hadn't both been killed at the same time, there would have been an uproar. Since the culprit was able to do that, there can't be just one of them.
When it comes to Maria Chan, Rosa was like a quick to anger mama bear. She also just like hit the fuck out of her, like, god damn, calm the fuck down, bitch.
She wouldn't cower in fear.
She wouldn't cower in fear, even if someone pointed a gun at her. I see. There had to be someone who wouldn't arouse Rosa's suspicions until the last second.
Now we see that the idea of an unknown outsider sneaking onto the island is actually the less realistic option. The culprit is someone familiar with this island. And there's more than one. The culprit is someone familiar, and there's more than one. Erica's reasoning pointed clearly at the ones they should suspect and guard themselves against.
So you suspect the servants?
Yes. Under the current circumstances, they are the most suspicious. The second reason to suspect them is the closed rooms at the chain locks.
Why do the chain locks make them look suspicious?
Well, what if there were no chain locks on the closed rooms? And there wouldn't be closed rooms. With a single master key, anyone could make them.
I see. The servants had to seal them with a chain so they wouldn't be suspected.
No, you're fucking wrong. Literally, fucking Erica is just like repeating the shit we've been over already. This is all fucking old news to me by now. Oh, let's suspect the servants. Oh, don't trust the servants. Ugh. Yeah, don't trust the servants, but that doesn't mean they're the killer. Well, at least in most cases. They can sometimes kill people. Shout out to Virgilia Rodovega. Exactly. By setting the chain, they don't have to worry about being suspected. To turn it around, if the chains weren't set, they wouldn't be able to avoid suspicion since they hold the master keys. So the ones with something to gain from setting the chains on the servants?
I'm not trying to protect them or anything, but if so, how did they actually set the chains? Is it possible to set them from the outside?
Considering how they're built, I don't think it'd be impossible. Have you heard this story? Apparently, some mailmen who deliver to apartment mailboxes are known to carry loops of wire with them. Yeah, I've heard of that. Apparently, mailboxes often have similar adjoining boxes around them with the nearby room numbers. I hear they'd sometimes accidentally deliver letters to the next room over if they weren't careful. These mailboxes are almost always locked. If you put the mail into the wrong one, you'd have no way of getting it out. In that situation, they're supposed to tell the owner of that mailbox about their mistake, have their person unlock the mailbox for them, and retrieve the improperly delivered mail. However, the resident of that apartment would often be out. And though in going through that process would be a real pain. Because of that, some mailmen would make a little tool out of wire with a loop at the end, and use that to fish the mistakenly placed postcard out through the crack of the mailbox. You ever see those videos where they like stick the contraption under the door that can like unlock it? I mean, I think they read Truth all this shit away already, and the only reason that they're going through this and I'm not is that they basically said that there's no way to breach these doors from the outside.
I've heard of something similar from a set friend of mine building at a building management company. It seems they sometimes get drunks who lock themselves in the bathroom and fell asleep. So to get them out of there, they'd stuck a thin metal tool to the crack in the door and undo the latch.
Exactly. All industries have little tools that can easily open things that normally can't be opened. They also haven't. They also haven't mentioned like picking the lock, which is a far more. Well, locking is different from picking, but I see what they're going at here. Yeah, it wouldn't be particularly surprising if the servants of a mansion had something of the sort. Good point.
Once you figured out the knack of it, you probably could set the chain from the outside by using a wire. Yeah, we can't be sure that's impossible.
True, physically speaking. One couldn't say for sure there existed absolutely no way to set and unset the chain locks from the outside. Chain locks allow for the door to be opened a crack. If you somehow stuck something through the crack, you should be able to manage it easily. That was very natural for them to think that. However, Erica knew better. Though it might not be possible in reality, the Red Truth had already declared that these closed rooms could not have been constructed from the outside. In other words, it was impossible to manipulate a chain lock from the outside. And yet, Erica was guiding their thoughts with the illusion that only the servants could have constructed the closed rooms. With an air of solemnly revealing some crucial point, she steadily steered the situation in the direction she wanted. Every part of her serious face for the last few minutes had been an act. Is she just picking the brains of Hideyoshi and Rudolph and trying to see if they're the culprits? Yeah. No, to put it in her words, it was a detective technique for tricking suspects. I plan to tell Kraus-san what I've told you. I'm not saying all the servants are culprits. However, it's very likely that one of them is a culprit or has been assisting the culprit. We should split them apart and have the people with guns keep an eye on them. Rudolph and Hideyoshi looked at each other again. What she was saying made sense, and it sounded as though she was calmly smoking out the most suspicious people at this point in time. With her accomplished conversation techniques, Erica was cleverly grasping the initiative. Even without the detective's authority, it's possible to control human nature to this degree. What do you think, everyone? Ew, go away. I don't like you. Umineko no naku koro ni chiru. Nocturne of Truth and Illusions. And that's where we're ending for today. A very good place to stop. Well, I gotta see how this starts. Do we get a clock time now? No. Ooh, this is gonna be a good place to start with some Beatrice. I always get so fucking lost in these fucking menus. Alright, well, full stream. If you made it this far, make sure to like, favorite, and subscribe! Okay, bye guys. I will see you tomorrow. Probably around 9-ish. Like 9:30-ish. I don't know, we'll see. I got work tomorrow, so I'm gonna be busy. Bye-bye. And stop.